X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's going to take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me not now, watch your face now. Show you how.
God damn. It is really nice having that song to listen to while my stream is starting up every day. It's really dope. Thank you, Holic Master. I want to say, I really appreciate that. And everyone, if you enjoy that intro song and you want to listen to it, be sure to check out the link I dropped in the chat earlier. Band is Sweet Myths, and the song is called X in My Name. It's my theme song made by Holic Master over in chat. It is really good, and I like it a lot. And it will be my intro song for every stream, probably forever. I mean, if they make like a remaster of the song, you know, like an extended remastered edition or something, maybe we'd do that. But that would be years down the road, if anything. But yeah, I like it a lot. Yeah, unless you guys make another one. I highly doubt that any other bands are going to make, like, that high quality of a song. Like, with that, like, a whole band going at it. I'd say, like, the other highest quality, like, song about me was probably Jazz Dogs, yeah. And that's my outro song for my streams. Holy hell! Oh my god. Wow. Holy shit, thank you. Chase Axelson, thank you so much for the $150 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so fucking much. God damn. Kind of weird to see the effects of the information age on warfare. Oh yeah. Like I was saying, during... Like I was saying, during my first stream covering all of this, what makes this so unique is like during the war in Afghanistan or whatever, you didn't have, at least as far as I'm aware, you didn't really see much in the way of live cameras, like capturing battles, like unfolding live with, you know, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of viewers watching it. You didn't have like this ability to do live coverage so effectively. Twitter wasn't as prevalent, so you didn't have, you obviously didn't have everyone walking around with iPhones.
Novers Asterisk has donated $19.69.
Thank you. I'll read those in a second. No, like now everybody has iPhones. You know, everybody has an iPhone and is walking around with one. And so you're constantly getting updates on Twitter about what's going on. It really is something. I have to admit, it really is something. Really quickly, I'm going to read donos because we're just getting started. Novers, thank you so much for the 1969. I really appreciate that. Says, I am a child. I hope that's not true. That's probably not true considering you have to have a PayPal account to do that. And I don't think children are allowed to have one. So I hope to God that's not true. Thank you. Razza Triton, thank you for the tier 1 given sub to Nuts. Says Jammies. True. Jammies indeed. Jammies indeed. Everybody spam jammies. That's one of my favorite emotes. You know, the original emote for jammies was actually, or the original, the origin of the jammies emote is actually Bobby Hill dancing in an episode of King of the Hill in his pajamas. They just replaced Pepe. Replace him with Pepe. Ooh. Nose itchy. Lonnie, I'm getting that drip thing you were talking about with my nose whenever you like. It's like lately, Lonnie and I have been getting this thing where just out of nowhere, you get a little bit of drippiness up the nose. Just it almost looks like it's spit. Like it's not green, it's not like snotty, it's just a little bit of drippiness. And not the fun kind, like after you do cocaine. Not that I'd know. All right. Anyway, as usual, once we hit $300, and I'm not saying if, because I know we will. Once we hit $300, I will put on the Shadow the Hedgehog onesie, and that will be pog as fuck. Wait, it's out of sync? Hold on, wait, chat, hold on. Sound early. So the sound needs to be delayed. You know what it is? You know I'm willing to bet it is? How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? Huh. Okay. How early would you say it is? How quick? Here, I'm gonna do it again. You'd say half a second? Let me put that to 0.5 then. Or not 5. As Bouth so insistently likes to say. Apparently I can't. I can only do... Alright, how about that? Alright, how about now? Oh, sorry. It's good. I gave it a 5. Better. How about 10? Let's do 10 now. I'm not trying to clap too loud. Is it good? It's 10 a.m. Oh yeah, it is. I'm used to it being late at night. I can clap as loud as I want. Is it working? Is it good? About the same? About the same? Okay. Very good, yes. Pretty good. Because I can just add another 5 to make it perfect. Okay. If you guys say so. If you guys say it's good, then it's good. All right. Thank you.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
The Bitter Pill, thank you for the channel membership. I appreciate that. For those that don't know, over on YouTube, you guys can actually hit the join button, and you can do something not too dissimilar to subscribing on my website or subscribing on Twitch, in which it just costs $5 and you become a tier 1 member, or as my YouTube says, tier 1 sub, and you get custom emotes and like a cool little icon next to your name and benefits, and I think your comments go to the top of my comment sections on my videos and stuff. It's pretty cool if you want to do that.
My dude.
I'm gonna try not this. I try not to during news coverage streams like this, where we're gonna be covering like sensitive topics. I try not to do too many solicitation of donations. So I'm gonna do this little bit here. We're gonna read some donations and stuff like that for a minute, and then in about 3 minutes, we're gonna hop into the live cams and get the live news feed up for Ukraine, and we're going to check out what the fuck's going on. And assuming things are quiet and things are going well, as long as we've got a quiet bit, I may throw in a political segment or two. We'll keep like the Ukraine like camera in the top right or whatever, and like or top left, and keep it in sight. But we'll do like a response or two during this. Elden Ring today? No, probably not Elden Ring. I probably won't have it in me for Elden Ring. One thing I will say though is, I really appreciate the support. I appreciate the donos. You guys have been pog as fuck. Finnish Theologian, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Did you watch the Biden speech? I saw some of the Biden speech on Twitter, and I know he did a really good bit about climate change. I know he did a good bit about trans issues. Like he surprised a lot of people talking about trans issues. I wasn't that surprised. I kind of knew he was more or less on board with it for a while now. I mean, he's talked about it before, quite directly. But yeah, I mean, people seem pretty impressed with it. I know that I saw like that image of AOC like clapping and smiling and seeming fairly pleased with what Biden was saying. Oh shit, wait, chat, hold on. Hey, Old Man Laundry, is that how I pronounce your name? Old Man Laundry? Is that good? Is that how your name is pronounced? Close enough. We'll do it. All right. We'll go with it. Here you go. Congratulations. You are now notable. And do you want to know why you are now notable, my friend? Listen, everybody. Every once in a while, I find a small creator or small
grown-ass man.
Sometimes I find a small creator or smallish creator in my community that sincerely deserves more subscribers and more of a following than they have, because they're just pumping out bangers on day one. Okay? You don't find a lot of channels like that. Much less do you find a lot of channels like that in your audience, and you better believe when I find a channel like that, I'm going to shout them out. And I found an example of one today. We're going to watch a little bit of the video. The channel is Old Man Laundry. I don't know how exactly it is pronounced, but obviously I'll be dropping the link to the video to everybody in chat, and I want all of you guys to go subscribe, okay? Listen, we like to support up-and-coming creators here. We like to see the sub count go up for friends of the community here. Listen, going out of your way to drop a sub, Landre, it's Landre, okay. Old Man Landre, help get that sub count up to 100, 150, maybe even 200. I know we could do that easily. Come on, you would be making someone's day. Just clicking that link and clicking that sub button would making someone's day. Here, while we wait for that, let's watch a little bit of this video. It's about exposing the left's crisis of credibility. I watched a little bit of it off stream, admittedly. I watched about half of it. It is very good. And the production quality, I have to say, for a channel with 52 subscribers is off the charts. Very, very good production quality.
In the name of Mother Russia, do not watch this video. I repeat, do not Watch it. You turn it off
Putin,
right
no.
now.
Excuse me, President Micropenis. How about you just shut the f up, huh? And you watching this video, you watch it. Don't listen to that imperial scum.
I believe it if Zelensky... I would believe Zelensky said this.
Watch it now.
So yeah, the production quality here is quite incredible for a channel with this sub count. Definitely beyond
Hi there, kids
underrated.
of the internets. It's Old Man Laundry, your friendly elder leftist and
There we go.
experienced political professional.
Oh, I forgot to
Today,
subscribe. There we
are
go.
gonna be talking about Ukraine, online leftists, and what they both have to do with our word of the day: credibility.
Come on, guys,
I know
get up to 100.
The word credibility
Get it up to
scares a lot of you
100.
kids, especially those of you in the back of the class who've obviously been eating a lot of glue. Looking at you, Mr. Piker, but it
You kind of sound like Thought Slime a little bit, but I don't think you're a cunt. Like you do kind of sound like you got the you have a similar voice to Thought Slime, but significantly more pleasant to listen to, and you don't seem like a cunt. And I can respect the hell out of that. In fact, you should do a video on psychedelics. Like, you should do videos on all the topics that Thought Slime has done good videos on, and just have those out there so that people can watch that without having to worry at all about people having to watch Thought Slime. Just replace him. You know what? You deserve. Frankly, your production quality here, I would argue, is better than Thought Slime's. You deserve more sub. You deserve Thought Slime sub count. Frankly, I believe it. Hey, there we go. Congratulations on 100 subs. Fuck yeah. Keep them coming in. Keep them coming in. We're gonna watch a little bit more of this video because I like it a lot. And then we're gonna hop into the Kyiv live streams and the Ukraine live streams and the Kharkiv live streams and the. Does Dnipro have any like live cameras? I think we had one in Dnipro, and then obviously there's ones in Lviv and whatnot. But I don't know if those are currently under attack. Lviv might actually be under attack right now. Like by now, it might be. Oh, that fucking sucks. That's been the camera that we've like been looking at, and it's like people are walking around and they're having a good. They're like fine. I really hope Lviv's like not under attack because it's been like that one shining beacon of just people walking around and behaving normally during all of this on like the cameras showing that city. Like it's a little frustrating because they take up a lot of space where you could have cameras where stuff's going on, but at the same time it's like they're safe, they're having a good time, and it's like I don't know, it's a little bit like a palate cleanser right there on the screen.
It shouldn't scare you. In fact, what should scare you are the consequences of not knowing what makes credibility so important, and how often it's the glue eaters in the back of the class who are declaring themselves to be credible people in life.
What a good way to describe Hassan, by the way. The glue eater in the back of the class. Holy shit.
And death matters, and how for some reason so many of you think that it's a good idea to listen to them.
Yeah, I did
History
that.
shows us that there are few things as dangerous as granting authority to uncredible dipshits. Think about this dipshit, and think about all of the consequences that came from his election in 2016.
Wait, I just realized there are people here for news coverage, and they're gonna get mad if we don't get to it, so I'm gonna speed this up a little bit so that we can. I'm giving you guys the hook, okay? I'm showing you guys why you should subscribe to this channel, okay?
Now think about this dipshit. And again, think about all of the consequences that have resulted from his reign up to and including his choice to invade Ukraine. Now, what does all of this have to do with the left? Well, the answer, again, is our word of the day: credibility. On a recent stream, leftist creator Vosh lamented the fact, and rightly so, that many of the most prominent figures in the online left, along with many thankfully not prominent figures in the online left, have been so incredibly wrong about Russia's intent to invade the sovereign nation of Ukraine and have given such crap takes after they've invaded Ukraine as well. At one point in this video, which is linked below, he said this.
The problem is a lot of people base their incorrect predictions off of trusting the Russian government. I have no idea what would lead any person in the left to trust the Russian government.
Well, Vosh, I do have an idea. Credibility. Now, of course, Russia is not a credible source of truthful information, particularly when it comes to their geopolitical interests and their military gamesmanship. So then why would so many ostensibly leftist creators buy the Kremlin's bullshit, whether it comes straight from Putin's mouth or has been distributed through one of his many propagandists? In my view, there can only be a few real possibilities here.
That's actually really interesting, Richard Hannay.
Possibility number one is that many online leftists don't really know how to assess
That could be a good segment. Yeah,
Possibility
actually,
number two is that many
if you
online
stick
leftists
around
consider
for a little while, I
credibility
might
to be a
actually be
dirty
down
word
to
of
have you
some
on
sort.
today.
And the last possibility is that many online leftists are just ambivalent about the subject of credibility. Allow me to elaborate. I've actually been thinking about the topic of credibility in the online left for quite a while now, well before the invasion of Ukraine. In fact, I've been thinking about this subject ever since I watched Vosh debate Professor Flowers, and then even more so after he debated Mike from PA. The reason being is that both Flowers and Mike spoke in a...
Okay, I did not see the Professor Flowers section of this video, but I heard the end half, like the end coming off of it bit, like where it's mentioned, and they said something along the lines of, so Mike from PA doesn't cover up his history online as much as Professor Flowers does. And I was like, what did they find about Professor Flowers? Hold on. What's going on here? So I'm excited to hear this part. I'm going to show the Professor Flowers part here, and then we're going to hop into the live stream cameras of Ukraine. So if you are here and you are here for the coverage and everything, do not worry. We're hopping to that in a moment. Relax, chill out. I'm here. I'm doing a stream for my Europeans, my European fans, my Europeans. So yeah, relax. Okay, I'm doing a Eurocuck stream for the first time in a while, so enjoy it.
A very authoritative tone, but also came off as profoundly uncredible people. Now, intrigued by this dichotomy, I wanted to make sure that I was giving a fair assessment of them. So when their debates were over, I tried to learn more about
this YouTuber's name? I'm going to go ahead and drop this YouTuber's link in both chats once again, so as that you guys may subscribe. Please subscribe. We're trying to get this channel up to, I'm going to say 200. I say... Actually, fuck it. We got 411 viewers. 250. 250 viewers, or 250 subs. Get up to 250 subs. I know you're listening to me right now, everybody. I know you're listening to me right now. This is a small channel, someone who you could, with 2 clicks, 3 clicks actually, just hitting a link, hitting this button, and hitting this button. With 3 clicks, you could make someone's day, and you still haven't done it. I'm talking to you guys who haven't done it. Now, a whole bunch more people just did it because I said that. But now there's a whole other segment of people who still haven't done it, despite me saying that. And I'm talking to those people. Do you really want to be one of those people who doesn't click it? The tragedy of the commons, is that what it's called? Where everybody just assumes someone else will do it and their vote doesn't matter? That's what people did during 2016. That's what people did in the Weimar Republic. That's how Hitler came into power, okay? That's how the Holocaust happened. You not subscribing to this YouTube channel is exactly how the Holocaust happened. Don't let history repeat itself. Go subscribe to this YouTube channel right now. See that? 200 subs right there. 50 more. Come on. I know you got 50 more, and you got 412 viewers right now. Yeah, keep them coming. All right, let's watch a little more of the video. You keep those subs coming, or you're not getting any zummies today.
Backgrounds on the subject that they were talking about. Now, in the case of Flowers, my curiosity started, honestly, with a general disbelief in
get you to a quarter of 1K.
Cool with one of their professors publicly advocating for black separatism and arguably for genocide as well. So I turned to Google to see where was she a professor. But as it turns out, of course, she's not a professor at all. She just uses the title of professor for the air of credibility that it gives her. At this, I was annoyed. I was annoyed with what I perceived as dishonesty on her part by presenting herself as a professor when she wasn't one. I thought, that's kind of messed up. Who actually is this woman? So once again, I turned to Google to see what her real name was, and then find more information, but I couldn't find her name anywhere, and I dug. Now, had I found her real name, I would have been able to properly assess her credibility. For example, what if it turned out that she had actually written an article a few years ago aggressively calling for ethnic cleansing of every white person across the globe? Well, that would certainly cut at her credibility, wouldn't it? Especially since she denied to Bosch that she would be personally in favor of white genocide, even though she would be kind of sort of open to it if that's what the colonized people wanted. So really, for all I know, and by all appearances, she's literally just some random black separatist and genocide apologist with a YouTube channel.
Yep.
Is that what makes her credible? I mean, really, until proven otherwise, despite speaking in an authoritative way.
Listen, all right, there are certain people among the left who ascribe more credibility to those that say anything just because they're a person of color. There are a significant amount of people on the left who give Professor Flowers the credibility they give her, with whether they realize it or not. It may be internal. I mean, internalized racism is a thing, and this would be a form of that. Because she's black, and so they give her carte blanche on these race issues, I think. As far as credibility goes, I try not to fool anybody into thinking that I have any more credibility than what you should assume a guy on the internet has, okay? The credibility I have is more so an extension of the credibility of those that I'm citing. When I make a point like, trans people are valid, here are my citations, that's not my credibility that you're going off of. That's the credibility of the institutions I'm citing. I have no credibility. I don't even have a college degree. I've got my high school diploma, and then I started doing YouTube. Have I learned a lot? Do I like to think I'm getting decent at debating? Do I like to think I'm expanding my knowledge base and hopefully educating a lot of people? Yes, sure. But make no mistake, my credibility is so far below anybody who's actually a professional in this field. I am regurgitating information that professionals have found in an entertaining way. That's the thing, right? There are people who are super smart that collect all this information and find all of it, right? And they're the ones writing essays and papers and making studies. Normal people don't get their information from essays and papers and studies. Normal people get their information from entertainment. So I try to provide that information that's already been found with a little entertaining wrapper, right? And, you know, it's what the right does as well. The problem is they don't admit it. I'll admit it. This is political propaganda, what I make. I'm trying to convince you of things. And but I'm couching it in entertainment. I wouldn't say couching, because that implies hiding. I'm sort of presenting it on a platter of entertainment. Much like how a documentary is meant to sensationalize and make interesting and a mystery out of a historical event, you know? What makes a person credible? That is a highly subjective question. But yeah, I really like this video. Thank you for sending it my way. I really enjoy it. Here, all right, we got to get you 11 more subs. Come on, 11 more. I'm dropping the link again. We're not getting to those cameras until Old Man Landre has 11 more subs and hits 250, okay? There we go, 240, 10 more. Come on. I know you guys got it in you. Five more. Come on. There we go. 258. A little bit. We even went the extra mile. I always like it when we go the extra mile. Listen, chat. For those of you guys who are annoyed when I do this, whenever I stop the stream, I stop it all in its tracks and I shout out a creator and like make you guys subscribe. Just know this is the type of thing that like if Hassan did it or if like a larger streamer did it, they could literally make someone's career in a day. Like if Hassan had done what I just did just now, Old Man Landre would be able to quit their job tomorrow and go full-time YouTube. All right. That's what would happen. Okay. And I believe very strongly in using what platform I have, as relatively small as it may be, to at the very least help you guys become informed about other creators, that the YouTube algorithm isn't exactly trustworthy enough to, in my opinion, recommend themselves. I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing to do. I think it's nice. It makes me feel bubbly too. Makes me feel warm and bubbly when I see one of my viewers' YouTube channels go from like 55 subs to 283 now. Hold on, are we going? Okay, fuck it. We're going 300. Keep subbing. We're going for 300. Are you shitting me? 283? You guys are gonna push it to 283. You guys are gonna tempt me with 300 that much? Get that shit up right now. Get that shit up right now. Come on. Come on. We'll get into the Ukraine stuff immediately, as soon as we hit 300. Come on. 14 more subs to 300. Come on. We go the extra mile here. 9 more. 9 more. Come on. 9 more, and we start the Ukraine stuff. Come on. Make someone's day. There we go. And a little over it. There we go. Thank you, guys. All right, let's get the Ukraine stuff ready. Ukraine live camera feed. Congratulations, Old Man Landre, on 300 subs. You are now well over a quarter of the way to your first 1,000 subs and being able to monetize on YouTube. I highly recommend setting up an account with Streamlabs and doing some live streams now on your YouTube channel. archive the VODs, unlist and archive your VODs on a separate playlist than your normal uploads, and make a new uploads playlist. Start streaming there when you have free time. Do whatever, whatever you think will bring some people in, talk about politics, news coverage, whatever. And you're going to want to go to Streamlabs, make an account, get a Streamlabs donation link attached to your PayPal, and you're going to drop that Streamlabs donation link right down there in the description of your stream, and people will be able to donate to you despite you not being monetized on YouTube, and YouTube will not be taking a 50% cut of all your donations because Streamlabs, I think, only takes like a quarter. I love how someone just outright left the stream because Zan was just platforming a small creator. Well, Geeky Lesbian, a lot of people are here just because they want Ukraine coverage, They aren't actually here to see Zan stream, Like the way that audiences work is it's like an onion. It's like layers of an onion. The people in my YouTube chat are like maybe half, maybe a third of the inner layers of the onion. And then like Geeky Lesbian, Caesar, fucking who else would I say? Obviously Lonnie, Nuts, I think would count. Who else would I probably... Obviously One Piece, aka Mr. Krabs, like Wingo, certainly. That's like the center of the onion. Raza Triton, like these are the people that I could literally just go... If I went live right now with nothing but Elden Ring, they'd be here watching. They're like the OGs. They're like the people who are here. They're up in here. Puffle Cakes too, yeah. They're in here, right? And then there's like the more surrounding outer... Yeah, Bard Brad's an example. Then there's more surrounding outer layer, like the people you can expect to be in almost every stream, But this stream, because it's got such broad appeal, because we're talking about world news, we're pulling people from very far out towards the edge of the onion, the audience, the onion of my audience. And those people on the further core are only interested in me when I'm talking about a specific thing. So yeah, that's why some people will leave when I do that. Oh boy, this looks like a good stream. Holy shit. Yeah, it is. Multiple Kyiv cams. And audio. And a Chernobyl cam that's just snow. Really all you can see is just blackness and snow. Well, let me turn up the volume, get it all volume boosted up. Anyone want to send me some news updates in the chat? Make myself big. Hey chat, you want to hear something funny? I dreamt again last night that I was streaming. I have a lot of dreams that I'm streaming, and especially like, and it's always reflective of like my usual viewer count and engagement too in real life, so it feels real. But like the weird thing is, I've been starting to get ridiculous amounts of viewers in my streams again recently, so the dreams I have where I'm streaming, I have a lot of viewers in them. So when I wake up from those dreams, I'm like really sweaty and like heart rate up, excited, because I was just having a dream where I had like 1,000 viewers or whatever, and I'm like, whoa, fuck, that was jarring. Apparently we're getting audio out of this camera of Kyiv. Very interesting they have the lights on in Kyiv today. This would be a day where I'd be like, after the hits lately, why would you have the lights on today of all days? They've been off recently. Maybe they've been off because power was out? Ukrainian partisans have reportedly attacked the convoy to the north of Kyiv. Results are unclear. That noise is unbearable. I will turn it down. Hopefully that is a little more bearable. I'll turn it up if there's gunshots or any crazy noises. Athletes and sports organizations are responding to violence in Ukraine. Russian Ministry of Defense acknowledges military casualties in Ukraine according to briefing on state media. Jesus Christ. Okay. This is ridiculous. Like, this looks like when you start Resident Evil Village, when you start Resident Evil 8, and you're going through the village and it's all empty because the werewolves have come through and killed everybody, and everyone's in hiding. This looks like the opening of Resident Evil 8, where you're walking through the village and it's all snowy and empty, and there's just like destroyed tractors and like blood and like dead animals everywhere and shit. How can tankies defend this? The Russian military is literally turning Ukrainian cities into the village from Resident Evil Village. There has been no significant change on the ground in Ukraine since yesterday, a senior defense official says. Dude, I am so impressed with how well Ukraine has held off the Russian forces. Oh wait, chat, I need, you guys gotta link me something. Does anyone have the fuck you Russian warship video? Chat, does anyone have the fuck you Russian warship video? Someone please link it, I need it right now. Lonnie, you spoiled it. Lonnie, why'd you spoil it? Alright, well, I guess I can say it. The people from the fuck you Russian warship video survived. They were confirmed alive. The soldiers on Snake Island. Russia has them all. Too Chad to die. It's like Kratos from God of War. The Ukrainians are just too patriotic. They love Ukraine too much. White House detail. Oh, 1 minute ago. Holy shit, this gets updated frequently and quickly. White House details new sanctions on Russia and Belarusian entities, including targeting Russian oil refining. The White House detailed a new slate of economic measures levied against Russia and allied Belarus Wednesday, blasting Belarus for enabling Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Yeah, no fucking shit they are. Among Wednesday's actions are new restrictions extending their export control policies to Belarus, preventing diversions of tech and software to Russia through the country, which the administration said will severely limit the ability of Russia and Belarus to obtain the materials they need to support their military aggression against Ukraine, project power in ways that threaten regional stability and undermine global peace and security. Hold on, how much do you want to bet? Oh god. Hold on, I have to launch Tarkov really quick, I have to know. Tarkov is a Russian-made game by a Russian company, and it's, like, published, like, in Russia and everything. Like, if we're putting sanctions on Russia, I know that countries we put sanctions on in the past have been cut off from services to games made by American companies. If we're sanctioning Russia, it's not entirely impossible that, I mean, my game's updating. Okay, yeah, I mean, my game's updating, a patch. Okay, I mean, it doesn't seem like anything's wrong. Does this look like a game that I'm blacklisted from playing? It says I'm online and everything. Okay, it looks like Tarkov is still good, guys. It looks like I can still play Escape from Tarkov, guys. I think we're good. Well, okay, the Stalker is better. Well, your mom's pussy is better than any video game, but I'm not fucking it right now, am I?
Capitalism, my dude.
Comrade Caddy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. It's a very kind $5. Says Escape from Tarkov is a documentary. Escape from Tarkov is a documentary that got teleported back in time from the future. Thank you, Comrade Caddy. Correct me if I'm wrong, but games like that have servers all over the world. So that's not the thing. The thing is that the company providing the game service to begin with is a Russian company. Companies, even here in America, where we have very, very broad freedoms for corporations, even they are subject to the rules that the U.S. government sets in place to who they can and can't provide service to in certain nations, and what nations they can and can't provide service to. I have absolutely no doubt that Putin doesn't want or won't want Russian companies providing service to Western countries, or maybe they will. I mean, facilitating economic growth is really important if Russia wants to achieve what they want to achieve. But at the same time, when have fascists ever been, afraid to put economic ruin, as a possibility in favor of their agenda? Hey Xanderhal, I found this Russian poem. It seems fitting as it's a form of Russian Ukrainian women's soldier. I don't. I'm not gonna read a poem. I don't know if I can have that clip of me on the internet. They may have a separate studio to focus on server stability. Escape from Tarkov? Yeah, I mean, maybe. SMH, Tarkov is funding a war. Fuck, technically, yeah. Wait, is that true? I bought the super high, the most expensive version of Escape from Tarkov, and I guess they would have paid taxes to the Russian government, which paid for this invasion. So technically, I did pay for this invasion. Like, a month before it happened, too, is when I bought Tarkov. Damn it. If it weren't for me buying Tarkov, I don't think Russia would have been able to afford this, guys. Don't joke about that, please, God, lol. I love you, babe. The war in Ukraine is sponsored by Xanderhal. Listen, I can joke when there's no fucking gunshots happening, okay? Ukrainians have a captured Russian soldier. Food and tea, and called his mother to tell her he's okay. He breaks down in tears. Compare the compassion shown here to Putin's brutality. I think we saw this one. The one where he calls his mom. Oh, different one. God, the Ukrainians are bussing, dude. They're bussing. They be out here letting these Russian soldiers talk to their parents and just giving them tea and stuff. Is that like a cake? Are they giving him some kind of pastry? Is this young Ukrainian tradwife here offering this captured Russian soldier a pastry? Either this is the most effective war propaganda of all time, or the Ukrainians might actually just be like the main character country. You know? Like, obviously America's the main character country, but like maybe Ukraine's like the second main character. I don't know. I'm starting to think, like, right now Ukraine's pretty up there as far as like favorite foreign countries go. Audio sucks. That is not my audio issue, actually. That is this live stream we're watching. We're watching a live stream of footage from all around Ukraine. That buzzing, droning noise is actually just the sound of, like, ambient noise in Ukraine on this camera. We're listening for gunshots, explosions, and then obviously we're looking for them, and we'll be monitoring these cameras. These are live feeds from Ukraine, from cities that are currently under attack. So yeah, it's just ambient buzzing from the camera. I know it can be a little annoying. I'll mute it for now, but yeah, we're just gonna watch this video really quick. 500 viewers, by the way. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that.
Детей отдает под пушечное мясо. Они не знают, куда едут. Они просто блукают тут.
That's the language.
Вставайте, весь Крым на ноги поднимайте. Поднимайте людей. Вы видите, ваш сын жив-здоров. С ним ничего не будет. Все с ним подходит.
No fucking way. Is this... Wait, hold on. I need to see this. There's no way this is real.
Welcome to capitalism.
Thank you. Okay, there's apparently Russian and Ukrainian soldiers arguing with each other over radio, allegedly. Innermost Onion, thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's a based name, thank you. Said, thank you for your pro-Onion propaganda, comrade. Slava Ukraini. True. Based and true. And let's continue.
Нахуй пошел, что тут непонятно. Ребята, не занимайте круговую оборону, лучше сдавайтесь сразу, вам всем пизда! Ебало, сука, у тебя, чтоб ты понял, сейчас потихоньку джавелинами накроем вас, к ебаной матери!
Oh my god!
Это ты, пидор ебаный, ты на моей земле, там, блядь, будешь, сука, и кормить червей, гандон ты ебаный!
Bro, I told you guys, the CSGO prepared them! I told you guys! I warned you! Where's the clip? Get the clip from my last stream. Get the clip from my last stream where I told you all these kids being gamers would prepare them for talking shit. For from the propaganda clip. Hold on, I'm finding the fucking clip. Hold on. We need this. YouTube clipping feature moment. YouTube clipping feature. We're finding that clip. I'm sorry. I'm rock solid right now. My dick is hard because of this, okay? I know my war propaganda. I know it well. Is this it? Yeah, I found it. I already found it. Holy shit, it was towards the beginning of my last stream. All right, here, let's make me little. True. You know, the Russians, they're invading, but the Ukrainians, this is their home. They're maintaining infrastructure. They're keeping the power on. They're keeping the water running. They're trying to keep it as livable for human life as possible, even while it's being invaded. So they're kind of having to split their resources. I really despise my voice. Holy shit. Could it please be a little deeper? Please? But this also means that the Russian troops and POWs, I guess you could say, the prisoners being taken, they're all being treated quite well. They're being kept in warm places. They've got food and running water and heating and stuff like that. Like, they're being kept in fully furnished houses, probably, in Kyiv, most likely. Well, probably not. I mean, it depends on where the fighting is happening. There's probably not a lot of very well put-together, powered houses where the fighting is happening, considering the Russian soldiers are attacking civilian infrastructure. Probably because they're being ordered to, but nonetheless, it's happening. You'll love to see it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Make your first video. YouTube likes things happen, but I... Oh, it was towards the beginning of this... Prisoner... Now, the Russians... a COD lobby heart... Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here's me predicting the future. This is from yesterday's stream. Day before yesterday's stream. Dude, this is what happens when you send kids who have like an entire fucking like history of shit-talking people in online games to go fight in another country and do war propaganda. They can just string along insults for 2 straight minutes towards the enemy. Like it's one of the skills that you get when you send in a COD lobby hardened Zoomer. They just know how to talk. And listen, okay? I'm not saying that video games are making them better at fighting the Russians or at real-life combat. I'm saying that shit-talking people in video games made them very good at shit-talking, which made them very good at shit-talking the Russian military for 2 minutes straight in war propaganda uncut, okay? Yeah, so, I'm the main character, I guess. Goddamn. Apparently. No. In reality, that was a fun... that clip was probably fake. I don't know if that clip is real. The one of the Russians over the radio and the Ukrainians over the radio. I don't know if that was real. That was on Reddit. I never trust Reddit. Reddit is... for me, Reddit is less trustworthy than Twitter, and that's saying a lot.
Детей отдает под пушечное мясо. Они не знают, куда едут. Они просто блукают тут. Вставайте, женщина, вставайте, весь Крым на ноги поднимайте. Поднимайте людей. Вы видите, ваш сын жив-здоров. С ним ничего не будет. Естественно, ничего не делайте. Вставайте, поднимайтесь народом, перекрывайте трассы, дороги, мосты.
I need to make a statement about weed. I just started smoking again a week ago, and I'm now pain-free. I don't want to Roblox myself anymore, and I no longer need my sleeping pills. Why is this shit illegal where I live? Anyway, carry on. Hell yeah, my friend. Smoke up with me. Alright.
Забирали войска молодых солдатов. Колонны разбитых стоят. Колонны ваших русских солдат разбитые в хлам.
I heard Russian.
Забираются, пускай уходят пацаны. Он ни за что попал. Он пришел, он даже не знал, зачем он шел. Сюда, к нам.
The Russian comms are so poorly protected they're being broadcasted to the internet in real time. Does anybody have a stream with the Russian military broadcast stuff? I will absolutely play non-stop Russian military broadcast audio and just dox the fuck out of their battle plans and commands and shit. Absolutely. Jeopardizing the Russian war effort? I'm in. Yeah, we'll just listen to the fucking war radio for a while. That shit's bussin'. Hey, you got any? If I have any Ukrainian viewers out there watching right now that just when the invasion started, they just grabbed a steak knife and grabbed it in their teeth and like ripped their they ripped their sleeves off and put on an armband and went full Rambo, and they're currently crawling through the fucking woods of Ukraine right now looking for Russian base camps to take out while listening to my stream. If by any chance someone is doing that, hopefully that Russian radio stream will help you. And if that is the case, if anyone is doing that, please, for God's sake, send me evidence on Twitter, and I will have you on my stream. And that's awesome.
Наташ, все хорошо, Наташ, слышите? Все, говори, мама, говори.
Dude, imagine going to like getting forced by your fascist dictator like leader to invade a neighboring country that just wants to do its own thing, and then when you get captured, a hot purple-haired Ukrainian girl gives you tea and pastries while she holds a phone up so you can talk to your mom and tell her what's going on. Like, can you imagine like the like, this kid is never going to believe Kremlin propaganda ever again. Okay? This kid's life has probably been changed by this. He's gonna go home and be like, oh yeah, Putin's full of shit. Putin is full of shit. They greeted me with hot women, warm tea, and pastries when I got captured. Like, are they eating mangoes? No, it's like pastries, I think. You think they got mangoes in Ukraine? They don't even have oranges in the UK.
Все, Наташа, вам удачи с Богом, все хорошо. Все хорошо. Это потом уже с вами свяжется, Наташа.
I talked to a British person about it. They don't have it's like really hard to get oranges from a grocery store in the UK. It's like really rare to find oranges in a British grocery store. They just don't really like have them there. They don't get shipped out because they go bad. It's a long trip from where they can grow. We have oranges? You do? Not in northern England then, maybe? Like way up north? The place where they say north instead of north? Huh. That's weird. Well, I'll have to call that shit out next time I talk to that person. Regardless, no, I don't think they're mangoes. Their morale is so low, stuff like this is probably the best propaganda. Yeah, it's really weird how low. You know what happened? Oh my god, apparently the Russian Putin supporters, very much like Trump supporters, who would have thought they're basically fucking the same, are now smashing their Apple products because Apple is now denying like Russia service, which I don't agree with that, because obviously not every Russian is in favor of this war and doesn't deserve to suffer because of it and be like punished by companies, but like they started smashing their Apple products just like when Trump supporters burned their Nikes, and it's just, we really are all the same. Like we really are all the same. It really is just land and borders that divide us, and languages. We really are all just the same fucking species. They are themselves perfect arguments against racism. Because people like them exist all over the world. I plan to do a video on how these live cams and smartphones have completely changed the game in Ukraine, and in Ukraine's favor. It's remarkable. I have been getting, like, I've done about as good a job as you can do to tastefully cover this, and for me to still remain in my style. But there's still been people trying to give me shit for it because they really want to. They feel like they should have something to give me shit about with this coverage. So, like, really nitpicking stuff. I saw someone nitpicked from my tweet announcement when I said there's expected to be fighting today, and they like responded, you say that as if the fighting has ever stopped. And it's like, you are reaching so hard for something to be mad at me about here. Like, something to get mad at me about here with this coverage. I have most of the dumb fucks on Twitter blocked, so I'm not very aware of, like, the amount of shit-talking that's been done about me in this coverage on Twitter. But I'm sure it's quite numerous, and I'm sure it's as stupid as you'd expect. But people really are, like, having to reach to condemn any of my coverage, which is telling me I'm doing a good job. I've yet to have anybody, like, freak out in my chat and say, Zan, that's way too far, out of the line, you are not behaving professionally enough. Hasn't happened yet, so that's good. Xanderhal, can I please not drag one of the main mods of VGG for trying to correct anything? Can you please not drag one of the main mods of VGG for trying to correct? Oh, wait, is the person I'm talking about is a mod for VGG? I don't know, it felt like to me like it was a bit of a jab. The Twitter user was one of your mods. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know, it felt like they wanted to, like,
18th birthday,
you know, get me for
3
something.
days.
You know?
Estrogen time.
Maybe
Pepe.
not, though. Maybe. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. And good luck on your estrogen. I, myself, am immune to it. Lonnie, or not Lonnie, Cherry tried to sneak estrogen into my cum pills over there, and I'm just so high tea they have no effect. Here's a link to the HF.com site where you can listen in. Hell yeah. I'm gonna hide my screen just in case that's porn. I didn't think it would be, thank you. Ron's KFC, thank you for the $50. Holy shit, $50 super chat. Thank you very much. Says, finally had a chance to beat the Witch Queen. That's the new Destiny DLC, I think. You gotta say, it's better than the Taken King, however. Anyhow, love your coverage on the Ukraine invasion. Keep up the good work. Thank you, I appreciate that. Start audio. Oh boy.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
What frequency are they on? Are they on CW, LSB, USB, AM, FM, or AM sync? And what kilohertz are they at? What's their frequency? Or what frequency are they most commonly using? White noise party? Listen, okay? Okay, that's CMBR, okay? That's the fucking, that noise you're hearing right now, that's what the universe's birth sounds like, okay? Shut the fuck up. And be grateful for it. If it weren't for that goddamn white noise sound, you wouldn't exist. SC, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Says, I think you do a good job of thoughtful and respectful coverage. Saying that right after what I just said. Respectful coverage combined with not being super depressing. You're doing a wonderful job. I really appreciate that, guys. Thank you for reassuring me. Yeah, like, here's the thing. I could just be a downer about it, and I could do what I think is, like, the most degenerate thing, and that's, like, fake cry on stream and super over-exaggerate, like, how upset I am about this to get viewers and donations and, like, pity subs and whatnot. That would be really easy and just absolutely fucking shameless. And I've seen, not naming any names, there are streamers who've done it. I don't think Vosh has done it. He's done a pretty good job of doing this as well. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to try to keep things a little bit, you know, only 1% of it is CMBR. Listen, okay? The loudest 1% is CMBR. I think it's actually true. I think the loudest of it is CMBR. Hey, Vlad, how you doing? There's a bounty out for Putin? Hog. How much is it? Hold on. Listen, chat. There's never an opportunity I won't consider. A $1 million bounty for the arrest of Russian President Vladimir Putin. It's gotta be, they want him alive? They want him alive? 1 million isn't enough? I don't think YouTube would ban me for discussing assassinating Vladimir Putin, would it? That would be odd. That'd be like if Hitler was alive and I discussed plans for that. Like, there's just no way that they could do that, right? They wouldn't do that. Maybe just general, yeah, I don't know, maybe. They banned for less, that's true. They banned for just general violence. They banned for people in cartoon character suits having a fake fight. So you know what? Let's skirt that boundary. Vosh hasn't been banned for advocating for killing Putin yet. Listen, I will fully advocate for the killing of Putin. That is one thing. Advocating for the U.S. government to do a thing that they obviously want to do, that's like a plan they have. It's like banning someone for saying, yeah, the U.S. government should go and get Osama bin Laden when he was alive. Like, obviously that's not going to happen, right? Like, YouTube literally has multi-million view videos of Donald Trump Jr. and the guy who killed Osama bin Laden, like, talking in a podcast. I watched that the other day, by the way. I was watching, like, this podcast, and it was with the guy who killed Osama bin Laden. He's telling a story, and there's this guy sitting next to him on the couch. I'm like, who the fuck is that? He looks so familiar. And I'm like, that's Donald Trump Jr. This, like, 50 million fucking view video on YouTube here is just Donald Trump Jr. here on a podcast talking with the guy who killed, and it came out recently. Like, it was a recent release. Like, it got, like, shit tons of views recently, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, fuck, we're going back. We're going back in time. Yes, you should, Infetter. Conservatives have pointed out that Osama and Obama rhyme for a very long time, believe me. Didn't that guy lie about killing him? I don't think so. They made a whole movie about him. That'd be surprising. And there's footage of him killing him. I've seen the footage. Isn't it like he goes up and he's like, Osama. There is no footage? Oh, maybe that's from the movie. Well, my butthole is nice and tight. My butthole is nice and tight. This is that is the Kyiv cam. So that is an air siren and cam in Kyiv. We're going to go ahead and change that title. Oh god. Oh, I hate that. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Oh. Get inside, everybody. For God's sakes, get inside. For God's sakes, get inside, everybody. I don't care if you think it's a drill or if it's not going to hit you. Just get inside. For God's sakes, please, if you can. If you can, find safety. Sirens in Kyiv and cities completely surrounded by Russian forces. There we go. Keeping things updated, keeping things up to date. Oh god. Oh boy, thanks Siren Head, fuck you! Oh. Dude, I'm like, all I can imagine... I gotta mute it, I'm sorry, I gotta turn it down for a minute. I gotta turn it down for me, I'm sorry, I'm taking the headset off. I'm sorry, all I can imagine right now... Turn off the radio, good idea. All I can imagine right now is what it would be like to be in that city right now, in my home, knowing it, like the Russians are advancing, and like hearing this, and like having my kid, like imagine being a parent, imagine being a child, imagine being a child scared as fuck, hugging your parents, hearing this noise. Is the radio still going? No, it's not. That noise is people talking in Kyiv right now. The camera's like on a balcony, so people are talking. That noise is the camera, okay? Yeah, like it's very, very distressing. It is, yeah. Something to see? Well, I wasn't asking for something to see. I don't want anything to see. When things are quiet and nothing's happening, that's a good thing. Loud blasts heard in Kyiv. Not where the current camera is. I've seen that link, Lost Ronzo. Dumb fuck take. Yeah, God. I have no kids, old man Landre, and I don't ever plan to, but can't imagine. Can't imagine. If I did have a kid, my top priority would be make sure they're safe, and this would be just a horrifying situation. Just Nobody, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, hey, I just discovered one of my distant relatives just got out of jail for breaking a sodomy law in Texas in 2001. He wasn't released after the 2003 Supreme Court ruling due to technicality. Jesus Christ. You know what's even weirder, too? Blowjobs are sodomy. They only applied the law to gay men, really, but, like, a girl giving a dude a blowjob is sodomy, and was technically illegal, but obviously they didn't enforce it because it was meant to go after gay people. Yeah, you guys didn't know that? Blowjobs are sodomy. Sounding is probably sodomy. Sodomy is any penetration that isn't dick and pussy.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Yeah, tit jobs are technically sodomy. Sodomy basically just means sinful sex, and the Bible considers anything that isn't missionary, dick and pussy to be sinful sex, basically. That's literally what sodomy is, just sinful sex. Which is more or less sex being done the way that doesn't make babies. I'm glad that siren went away. It seems like nothing too crazy happened. Apparently the camera we're seeing, the big camera, is a Lviv panoramic camera. So Mormons soaking is cool. Mormons are different. Mormons are different. It's not a traditional Christian sodomy, I don't think. I think they make an exception for that. Or no, I think they do it specifically because they find that to be the only sex that isn't sodomy, is fucking through a sheet. You cut a hole in it, you put your dick through it, and you fuck through the sheet. That has got to be just the worst, though. I can't imagine, like, probably the best feeling in the world is, like, when you're fucking a girl and you're literally clapping her cheeks. Like, literally. Like, your thighs basically are just hitting her ass every time and making butt go bounce. That's, like, one of the greatest feelings ever. I love that shit. What about foot jobs, Zan? Degenerate shit that, and I hate it. They're just taking any excuse in the culture. I don't know what you're talking about, Ethics Gradient. Oh, you mean like, to imprison gay people? Yes. I mean, yeah, masturbation's supposed to be a sin, so yeah, it's probably viewed as sodomy to some, in a way. Sober 610, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that, homie. Didn't say anything, but you are very kind, and your balls are very big. Or your clit, I don't know, whatever you have. No place in a polite society? I certainly don't have any place in a polite society, because I'm far from polite. Yeah, I've been following Kyiv Independent as well. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. Oh, yeah, that's the loud blast heard in Kyiv thing. I just had a hunger burp. Hunger burp. We definitely didn't hear any loud blasts in Kyiv, which I'm just gonna say is a good thing. Oh no. Oh no, it's gonna happen. If this happens, then there's no way Americans or anybody else other than people in Russia get to play Tarkov. Like, yeah, and then Russians can't go on the internet. Yeah, this means Tarkov's gone for Americans if this happens. Fuck, I better grind it while I can. Oh, man. God. Hey, guys, when the sun comes up, or if things seem calm, parfait, I'd love a parfait, yeah. When things seem calm with Ukraine and everything, it doesn't seem like anything's going to happen. If we do a gaming segment of the stream, or a gaming section of the stream, would you guys be interested in me playing a little bit of Tarkov while it's still possible to play it as an American? Because God knows it won't be possible for long, and I guess the game's somewhat tonally relevant to what's going on, you know? That'll be much later in the stream. Game server's based in London, though? That is true, but game service is based in Russia. Is it not? It's possible that they're Russians, but they moved to the UK and made the game. It's possible. I'm not 100% aware of the game's development. Also, my vape died. My weed, or not my weed vape, my nicotine vape. Found the worst Tim Pool take. I despise appeals to emotion. We desire to see our children alive. I think it's a fair one. Ukrainian prison. Yeah, Tim Pool, listen, okay? People like, okay. There's a certain level of admiration I can give to being able to emotionally separate yourself from an issue and talk about it professionally. But if it gets to the point where you treat an issue like this with such, not coldness, but with harshness. You know how, like, the SCP Foundation has a saying, they're cold, not harsh. Or cold, not cruel, right? When I see, like, YouTubers like, I'm gonna call him out, TJ being outright cruel about the Ukrainians, just saying, oh, war bad, as if that contributes anything to the situation and does anything other than almost virtue signal support towards those in favor of Russia who think that Ukraine should just throw down their arms and accept domination by Russia just to avoid there being conflict. Just allow the dictator to take over because war bad. Like, that's cruelty. Because the Russians, if not met with, if met with no, the Ukrainians, if met with, the Russians, if met with no pushback and met with surrender, aren't just gonna, like, jolly wally walk their way in and be all chill. There's going to be civilian casualties. There is going to be destruction. It's not going to be just over in an instant if they surrender. They're defending their country for a reason. It's an invasion. Nice, Animus Wolf. That's based. By the way, I want to say thank you guys to 600 viewers. By the way, I should say, regardless of how this war goes, whether Ukraine wins or loses, do not let this war happen in the dark. There was a quote someone donated to me the other day, and I thought it was a quote that I found very, very nice. And the quote was, "Do not let Ukraine's freedom die in the darkness." If you're watching right now, and I know this helps my channel, but it also helps get this news out, which is the opposite of what Putin wants. He wants this covered up. If you hit the like button on the YouTube stream, it helps get this out to more people. Helps me as well. So if you want to support me, you can do that too. I'm not gonna, pretend it doesn't. But if you want to hit the like button, it does help out a lot. I really do appreciate it if you do. Seriously, hit the like button. There's 619 people watching right now. The way that YouTube works basically is the longer that a live stream goes on for, the less YouTube tells my subscribers that I'm live. But if you guys keep hitting the like button, that tells YouTube that you guys like the stream and you're enjoying it. And that tells YouTube to, hey, subscribers, Xanderhal's still live. You should come hit that sub button, or you should come watch the stream. And that makes the viewer count go up, which is, good for Ukraine. Exposure is very good for Ukraine in this instance. Thank you, Literally Bosch, for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. That's $10 right there. We are currently $54 into the dono goal, by the way, if you guys want to try to hit the shadow onesie. Georgia is to join the EU? Pog. About the 150 from earlier? That's a super chat. I don't get that for 2 months. YouTube super chats and memberships don't count because I don't get those for 2 months. They are appreciated and they like count as, and I'll read them out and say like thank you and everything. But like for a dono goal, as in like this is what I made today, it can't really count because I don't get it. I didn't make it until 2 months from now, you know? YouTube's weird. I really wish they paid you like instantly. I don't know why they can't do that. Like just every day, just pay you maybe? Maybe it's like a bandwidth issue, or it's just the fees would be too much. Like the fees would start to outweigh how much you're actually getting. And the fees for one transaction would be lower than the fees for 30 or of 28 to 31 transactions per month. Could be that. Easier to track too, yeah. A little simpler to track. Easier for taxes too, I bet. You know, instead of having to count up every single day of the year, you just count up how much you made each month. That makes things pretty easy, I imagine. Look at live UA map. It looks like a rail station was hit. Oh no. That's where they're keeping civilians. "12 minutes ago, explosion reported in the area of Kyiv railway station. Poland's PM to be excluded from EU sanctions due to transactions related to energy supplies in the EU. Multiple explosions heard in Kyiv 23 minutes ago. Airspace still very contested. The degree to which one side or another has dominance literally changes throughout the day per senior U.S. defense official. So we are operating in a position right now with Ukraine and these cities where at any given moment a building could get airstriked, like that one in Kharkiv did. The airspace seems to be so contested that like with any second we could see a building get struck. Oh, God. Weren't things secure like yesterday? Wasn't the airspace secure like yesterday? I was under the impression the airspace was far more secure. Maybe Kiev airspace is very secure, but like broader Ukrainian airspace is a bit more contested. I know we saw that video the day before yesterday. More details on the explosion. I know we saw the video the day before yesterday. That is not translating for me. Yeah, I'm not getting a translation on that. Sorry. I know we saw the video yesterday of the helicopters coming in to Dnipro and getting shot down. Thank you, baby. Thank you, baby. Goodbye. Kekona of Kiev. I love your name. Lonnie equals poggers. Can everyone say Lonnie is poggers in chat? Ooh, she even added chocolate to it. Chocolate! Chocolate! True. Lonnie is the best, and follow her on Twitter. There is, Xanderhal, also airspace was never safe. What is weird is that Russia does not yet have air superiority. It's strange because they're huge and should have lots of material. Well, Russia's kind of getting economically choked out right now. Every day that passes, they're getting kind of fucked, you know? How do you guys misspell Lonnie's name so much? She's literally the pink name in chat. Now you're doing it on purpose. Faith the size queen. Does your GF have a nice butt? I'd say so, certainly. Can I see sometime? Faith the size queen. Unfortunately, I'm not trying to get myself wrapped up in another sex cult drama. There is a pretender amidst us. Ahem. What's up, Lonnie? How you doing? Okay, ban Faith the size queen. I'm sorry that we can't do this. I'm sorry. We can't be advertising. I'm sorry. We can't be advertising. How about a 24-hour mute? No, we got to do the ban. We can't people on my website chat fucking advertising dick rating. It's okay, I don't do actual sex online, at least it's legal. I don't care about whether or not it's legal, you just can't well, okay, actually, you know, we do let people advertise. Okay, you know what, alright, fine. You know, alright. All I ask is that you be, somewhat conservative with your, advertisement, okay? We have Lil BBG advertised here, but it's like you can't. Lil BBG doesn't spam her OnlyFans link tree, whatever it is, thing all day, right? So you gotta keep it. You gotta keep it in moderation, but you can hang out. No ban. I say thumbs up. No ban. It could be a trap. Are they over 18? Wait, you're right. You have to prove that you are over 18. I'm sorry. You can't advertise that Faith the size queen until you prove you're 18. We are both 34. We are both? Are there two people? Least horny Xanderhal fan? True. Allegedly. Yes, I do, Wingo. Elden Ring is so good. It really is. I just been practicing parry timing off stream. You'd be surprised, but in Elden Ring, what you really want to look at when you're trying to perfectly time your parries are their hands, not their weapon. The second their hand starts to swing is when you want to hit the parry button. That the second their hand starts to leave the wind-up animation and go into the swing motion if they're using a weapon. It's basically true of every enemy in the game that you can parry. But frankly, if you're not good at parrying, what I highly recommend in Elden Ring, which is almost better, I would say, in many cases, is just get good at, like, blocking right as an enemy is about to attack, and then right as the attack hits, assuming it's not a combo that knocks you out of your block or depletes all your stamina or, you know, just kills you through your shield or whatever, just get good. No. Practice and get decent at the simple task of putting your shield up just as an enemy is about to attack you rather than having to parry. Just put your shield up, and then when they attack you, you've got like a 3 to 5 second window afterwards where you can press the heavy attack button, and you do like a counter heavy attack that seems to almost always stun the enemy to the point where it then puts it into a stun state for a few seconds, where you can then just not left click, where you can just light attack on them, and it does like one of those heavy execute attacks that usually finishes just about any enemy in the game off. I found that to be way more reliable than the parry. Sorry, your vape is busted. It's just a I got the hiccups. I'm sorry. That parfait gave me the hiccups. It's just a disposable vape, and it's ran out of battery, so I gotta get a new one. They're like $15 each. You gotta get one every like 2 days. Territorial Defense Forces of Irpin captured a damaged and abandoned BMD-4M of a Russian airborne forces. One of the drones that have been used. Huh. That really does just look like a drone that you'd see a white dude flying in the park, doesn't it? You didn't eat? Yes, I did, Lonnie. The hiccups are from eating. Parfait hiccups, Lonnie. Did I not say? See? This is why women shouldn't be allowed to vote. They can't listen. It's right next to you. I took some bites out of it. Now I got hiccups, Lonnie. Is our GF in chat? I don't know how this sex cult thing works. Jesus. Yes, Lonnie is in chat. Our GFK comrade. In case you missed it earlier, the VGG mod is at work for another 4 hours, but is former military and has a good mic. Any interest in talking to him about responsible war coverage? There's really like no... Did they actually have an issue with my war coverage? Because their biggest issue is just me tweeting, there is expected to be fighting tonight, and them saying, you say that as if it ever stopped. It's literally like the most esoteric nitpicking possible. Like, if that's their A game, if that's their issue with me, then like, I don't know what we talk about. I mean, if that was just like me being, you know, a little bit overzealous and looking into things where it wasn't, then, or maybe them doing the same, then, you know, that's fine and we'll move past it, but I don't know what we would debate about. My God, that's absolutely horrible. I don't have words for it. I won't even try. The title of the stream, or what are you responding to? They have a general disagreement in which you reported multiple things, and in which... How you reported multiple things, just the one you saw. Okay, yeah, maybe. I might be down for that. Fuck it, maybe we'll play... Listen, there's multiple people that want to talk to me today. Maybe we'll do Elden Ring while doing some conversations and apparently a debate. Yeah, the siren stopped. Hey, Jazz Doge. How you doing? So he does read YouTube chat occasionally, but it's the website chat that's on screen. It's the chat that I read mostly, and YouTube chat is fake. No gaming when having serious combos, Zan, but I have to. It's for the memes. As a streamer, I like it. It's like, I like the aesthetic, dude. I like the aesthetic of me having a conversation or debating while playing a game, especially Dark Souls, because I'm good at it, but most people are bad at it, so they consider it like, it's almost like as if I'm even better at debating when I debate while playing Dark Souls well. But really, it's just me being good at Souls games, because I've been playing them for a long time. Dude, like, I can see an enemy in a Souls game, regardless of what game it is. Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Elden Ring, doesn't matter. I can see that enemy, and I know exactly what their moveset is, okay? If the enemy is skinny and frail and has a sword, they're gonna do the swingy attack, okay? You know the big swingy one that, like, if it hits you, it's gonna fuck you up because it catches you in a stun lock combo? Unless you've got Insane Poise in Dark Souls 1. Like, you know exactly what that enemy is going to be. When you see one of those guys with a torch, you know it's exactly the same enemy as the torch guys from Dark Souls 1, and Demon Souls, and Bloodborne, and every other Souls game. Like, you know exactly what it's going to be. Like, once you've played enough Souls games, and you've got enough Souls games under your belt, you start to be able to, like, play Souls games with your mind, you know? Are you going to talk to Richard Hanai? Yes, I am. I am, in fact, going to do that. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's have the combo now. I'll boot up Elden Ring and we'll have ourselves a good combo. Let me picture the camera. feed. Do you have to game? The chat wants it. People are going to be mad. No one's going to be mad. It's the perfect game to play while having a conversation with somebody. It's ideal. You can game, but can we talk about hot stuff? It is only going to be a much very temporary state of being for the stream, just while we're having these combos that seem to be quite requested, as it would appear. The Elden Ringo ding pop. I can't do most of the noises in that song, but you guys know what I'm doing. You guys get the meme. Well, I'm joining my Discord thingy. Go ahead and join Q, the voice chat in my Discord named Q, Q-U-E-U-E, in my Discord if you want to get pulled in. Joseph Hene, I think your name was. Yeah, a lot of people will leave Xanderhal because they don't want spoilers. We won't do any spoiler content. Don't worry, no spoiler content. Short combo, nothing crazy. Good 15, 20-minute combo, maybe. It's gonna be good. Wait, hold on. I haven't started recording yet, so we can't start the conversation, okay?
Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can actually. Wait, talk again?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Perfect. Holy hell, you sound exactly as loud as I do on the stream. That is
great.
Exactly what you want. Perfect.
Perfect.
God, I incorporated this new feature it's not a new feature to OBS, but it was something new to me, called a compressor onto my desktop audio, and it basically and to my microphone, and it basically makes it so that regardless of how loud or quiet a noise is, basically it'll be at the same level. Now, it doesn't do it for games and videos, obviously they're quieter than me, but for people I'm in calls with, it detects it and levels their audio with me. It's great.
Oh my, I'll need to learn a lot of those things if I'm ever to stream normally, because I haven't gotten into it yet, and I really want to at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like my perspective and my side of things isn't really prominent on the online left at all. Do you know how many progressive military historians are out there, and leftist military historians? Well, not many.
Probably not many. It's sort of like a toss-up, though, right? Because I find that in a lot of fields that study like events of the past, they tend to be more left-wing. But then there's certain fields where it's like, if you're obsessed with, say, the Nazis, then you're going to go into that field of history, and you may be an expert on that, but you're also might be kind of a weirdo. I've seen some people that are like that.
Most historians are really liberal. But the military historians, not so much.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. You can't hear... I'm asking both you and my chat. There is somebody right outside my sliding glass door just mowing their lawn, or mowing, I guess, technically the apartment complex's lawn. You guys can't hear that, can you?
I can kind of hear it.
It's rattling my window. Can't hear? That's good to hear. Or to not hear.
No, I can kind of hear it, but it's all right.
Well, I know you can, but I don't know if the chat, as long as it's not too crazy for you, it shouldn't be an issue, I imagine. But
I don't mind.
For my chat's the main thing, because then my streams kind of have then I have like a messed up segment, instead of just a messed up little bit of my stream, Okay.
Okay then.
Here, let me just here. I'm gonna start the recording, and then you can go ahead and begin. Alrighty, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, hi. My name is Richard Hannay. Also, my actual name is George. I only have a Twitter account. I have a degree in military history from the University of Kent, and I have been a bit doom spiraling over the course of an entire week, looking at the situation in Ukraine, And well, a bit earlier than that, I had a few conversations with Rose Wrist, doing more predictions and some coverage of the situation before the war had started. And I said, you know, what was happening, what I thought would happen. I think people have been talking to me a bit more lately because I managed to predict correctly when the thing would start.
Hey, there we go. A fellow predictor of future events, I see.
Yeah, usually it feels great to be able to predict stuff correctly, but not in this case because, you know, it was just predicting death and destruction instead of some, you know, good things. I've also spoken to Vosh. I had a pretty long segment about something irrelevant. We spoke about Golden Dawn, the Greek neo-Nazis, and their rise and fall. And after that, I've been kind of lingering in a few spaces of the online left. And now that something is happening, which is prominent and kind of within my preview and my expertise, closer to that, I can you know, provide some more nuanced and more I don't know, valuable takes, I would say.
Well, yeah, you got me interested, and you got me here. So I'm actually very I'm down to hear about this. I want to say right now, as we're speaking, I do have the live camera of Ukraine up right now. I don't have the audio on because I want to be able to hear you, and I want the chat to be able to hear you just fine. But should anything crazy happen, obviously I'll have to like very quickly acknowledge that or anything like that. If I assume you would want to as well, and you are welcome to comment on whatever may happen in the call with me as that happens, and I may keep you here for a little bit if anything should occur. Just want to give you a heads up because we are currently monitoring a live situation. I'm sure you understand. Probably.
Oh, yeah, I saw it a bit earlier in the live stream as well. It did sound like a lawnmower as well. I think the camera in Kyiv is sounding a bit grating, but it's okay.
There's just some ambient noise and whatnot. I mean, like the thing to me though is that like ambient grating noise is almost like music to my ears because it's not gunshots and it's not bombs and it's not sirens. And like to me, it's like that silence is probably a good thing. At least it is for here where the camera is, which is a comforting thought.
I mean, you got the air raid siren earlier, right?
Yeah, we were here for that, and it was quite chilling.
It is one of the worst sounds one can hear, the air raid siren.
I'm curious about that. Was that noise designed to like specifically hit like a weird part of our brains that sets off a primal fear that makes us want to run? Because like it feels like the cryptid, you know, siren head is like one of the most effective like theoretical like fictional monsters, and he's like all about being a siren that puts off that noise that's really unsettling. Like there's got to be something about that sound that was specifically designed to curdle your blood.
Yeah, well, I'm not 100% sure on that. I think it has to be a mix between the sound being chilling, and we can make sounds that do sound unsettling, and air raid sirens sure aren't soothing. And I think there's also the reputation that precedes it, because you know that an air raid siren means that bombs could fall, and knowing that you live in an apartment, you know, depending on which part of the apartment you live, if a missile strikes your building, you could be buried along with your entire belongings and livelihood. Which is not a thought that anyone should contemplate in the 21st century.
Something that I've had a tendency to do while watching all of this coverage is like, and this is something that's like made, it started happening lately, probably mostly because I started smoking weed. It started happening since I started smoking weed, as I've started getting what I would argue is over empathetic with certain things. Like, well, I'll watch a movie and I'll start to put myself in the shoes of the people in that movie, like get really in my head about it, like, you know.
So what you're telling me is
it probably sucks for the people in The Walking Dead to have to shit. Like, there's no toilet paper. How do they do it? It can't be a pleasant experience. Like,
it probably isn't. That's why I think they aren't filming it all that much.
Well, that's
keep in
not
mind, no running water either.
Yeah, they leave that up to the viewer's imagination, and my imagination runs wild. Just generally thinking about situations, and I'll be watching this footage, and it'll be like, imagine sitting on your balcony, where I have no doubt this live camera is situated, and just looking out at the city that you live in, knowing that your country is being invaded by a world superpower, and that, you know, God forbid, in some cases, there's a channel we've been following called What is Ukraine? And she's, you know, just a YouTuber who mostly did, like, Ukraine, look how pretty it is, you know, here's some, like, travel blog type stuff, only I live in Ukraine. But, so it's more of, like, a here's my home type deal. You know, we've been following that channel, and she's very quickly gone from uploading what is just these wholesome, beautiful travel blog type videos that you could see, you know, on any given YouTube channel, to what might as well be, like, scenes from like a war movie, you know? Like I'm in a bunker right now. I'm terrified for my life. My husband is out fighting to defend our country. I really hope I get to see him again. Our daughter is here, and let's hope, you know, that she's not going to be made fatherless by this. Like, it's just,
yeah,
it's really distressing stuff, and it's really hard not to, like, imagine, God, what would it be like to be her, you know? Or be any of those people.
It's when it bleeds into, you know, more of our popular culture, when you know, we see a war, you know. We were watching, say, a vlogger from Ukraine doing this stuff. I don't know if you know this travel channel, Baldwin Bankrupt. He's really famous. He goes around former Soviet republics and Russia mainly. And he said, oh yeah, we were in Kyiv, you know, right before the invasion started. And he was documenting, and he had to run along with a refugee train. I think when it bleeds into stuff we would watch normally, you know, the war reaches us in a different sense than most wars do.
You get a different perspective, right? Yeah. It's like, it's very much like when a family member dies, you know, death is like a concept you don't think about much, but then, you know, it hits somebody close to you, or it hits, you know, and then it's like, oh, I you know, you're reminded just how much it sucks. War is very similar. You don't really think about war very much, because if we're being honest, we haven't had many countries that have very good internet access and, you know, very common access to iPhones and recording stuff and all that, to publish onto the internet. There's been videos, you know, I've seen videos on Twitter from, like, Afghanistan of, like, the Taliban executing Afghan soldiers that were surrendering and stuff like that. That happens, but it's like, never before has there been a war with the proliferation of live cameras like what I'm looking at right now on my screen, that just show what's happening. Live monitoring, like, battles and wars and stuff, and what's happening in this war, really is something else.
Yeah.
It
is so different to, you know, the wars I'm used to talking about. You know, because I studied a lot of, you know, insurgencies and counterinsurgencies, that, you know, most of the information comes to us, you know, military historians, comes through documents from, you know, ministries of defense and foreign affairs. We aren't, you know, as used to seeing that much footage, and, you know, with World War II footage, even, you see a lot. You see a lot of scenes that you've seen again and again. Most of it is recorded by the Germans, and it is, of course, it's interesting. But seeing as time goes on, we'll see more and more wars that are, you know, broadcasted live. Because I don't think wars will cease to exist. I think they'll be a thing for a long time to come. And this war in Ukraine is something really new. It breaks up technically the long peace in Europe, even though we've had other wars in the continent. We're talking about the two largest countries in Europe going at it. And it is quite a bit different. I think it will also bring a shift in the politics of Europe and the world. This will have huge repercussions. But my main thing has been focusing on mostly the military side of the deal, how the war is progressing, what I think is happening, and I think my main expertise falls on that side as well.
Okay, yeah, I'm absolutely down to hear what you have to talk about. My first question, unless you had like a planned thing you wanted to go through, if you're down for me to give questions, all right?
I didn't even think you would bring me on this fast, if I'm honest with you. But yeah, no, because I've spoken for quite a while about it. I spoke with Merrick, I think, for 3.5 hours yesterday about this on her live stream. So it's fresh in my mind. So I have a few things to talk about. So, the main thing that we've seen, especially, on our side of Twitter, is that people are extremely optimistic, which is a good thing. We've seen a lot of, videos of Russian soldiers being confused and not having really low morale. We've seen tons of Russian equipment being abandoned in the sides of the road, and an invasion that has been relatively bungled in its early in its early days. I think we all had a dread when before this war had really started, that the Russians would just blitzkrieg and destroy everything in the first day.
That was
something.
That was a concern of mine. Yeah,
yeah,
for sure.
But I thought that idea to be unrealistic from the beginning, and unfortunately, I think that our extreme positivity about the whole situation is a bit misplaced still at the moment. And the main reason is, how do I describe it? Have you seen at all on our side of Twitter videos of Ukrainian military equipment being destroyed?
That's what I was about to say. There is so much of a filtering bias on so many levels for what we're seeing. We're almost exclusively being fed like hype stuff, like, oh, look how many Russian, yeah, right. And I have not heard anything, basically anything except for like a couple of graphics that showed like, yeah, there's also this many, Ukrainians have died, but look how many Russian tanks we've taken out. And it's like, okay, well, cool. But yeah, I have not heard much on the lefty side of Twitter about that. But what makes me curious is that selective posting, or is that even is just Ukraine doing a really good job of hiding their fatalities? That's what I'm curious about.
I think it's kind of mixed, because the Russians have definitely given the information war to Ukraine, and that's part of why. Part of the reason for this is that the Russians were supposedly doing a peace operation in the Donbass, so they're trying to avoid that their media being oversaturated with the war at home, because Russia doesn't look good doing this war, not for their military failures, but for the fact that they're causing civilian casualties in a population that the Russians find extremely sympathetic.
Yeah, they think that they're Russians, sort of. They think that they ought to be part of the the Russian Empire. You could say
they consider themselves to be brothers. Brother populations. So the Russians don't want to see Ukrainian children dying. So the Russians are keeping quiet on the information front generally, and of course we have selection bias. We're on the side of Ukraine, so we want to see them succeed. But at the same time, it feels to me ill-advised to, take, for example, what the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, saying, 5,000 Russian casualties, 200 tanks. It is too much. I mostly, when I try to figure out how casualties are going, I try to use mostly US sources because they seem to be a bit more accurate. The Russian Ministry of Defense, for example, says that only 500 Russian soldiers have died, and they have only lost maybe 10 or 20 tanks. So I think the number is really somewhere in the middle, maybe 1,500. But the whole situation it seems like we are selecting for positive information, which is fine. I understand why we're doing that, but I want to explain how this why the Russians have been underperforming these early days of the invasion, and what could happen as the days go on. Because keep in mind, we're talking about a massive war. This isn't a war that's going to be resolved in a week or two. This is a war that might take months or even years. So
years, you think? Like the constant like sieges and attacks for years? You think that like Russia or Ukraine can handle that for such a prolonged period of time?
I'm not, I don't know what might happen, but if the success quote unquote condition, in my opinion, for Ukraine would be drawing Russia into a prolonged military conflict. I don't think there are going to be as many active, if the war is going to stretch into years. It's not going to be as much of live firing rockets and tanks meeting on the battlefield. It will mostly be an insurgency. If or there might be an eastern part of the country where the government is still holding out and the Russians have stopped advancing. You know how wars devolve into more static engagements, especially in the 21st century. You've seen the war in Syria started in 2014, 15. And it's still going on, and the country is basically divided into many areas. So
we just got out of Afghanistan,
Yeah, it could become a frozen conflict. So we don't know how this will develop. And even if it isn't, if it is to last a few months, we have a lot of time ahead of us. So I've been watching all these good news, on left Twitter, and it has been driving my anxiety up the wall.
It's making you wonder, what am I not seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I see the other side a bit more. I follow certain military analysts who have a bit of a more balanced view, of course, but it makes me anxious because it's like watching all the good news before something really, really terrible happens. Because I also have a bit of perspective because I know a bit more about previous wars that Russia engaged in after the fall of the Soviet Union. And so far, at least until the past day or two, the Russians seemed to have been a bit light on civilian casualties, which sounds crazy. They've bombed cities, but it can get so much worse. So I think it would be good if I was to explain a bit what the Russians went in with, what they were planning to do initially, and what they're gonna do now. Yeah. Do you want to go over that?
Yeah, sounds absolutely great. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the initial stages of this invasion took place with only a fraction of the Russian troops that were deployed. Those 200,000 that we were talking about. Only around 60 or 70,000 actually went into Ukraine in the early days of the operation. They also did not use heavy artillery and they only lightly used their ballistic missiles and multiple rocket launch systems. The poor morale of the Russian troops can not only be explained by the fact that they're going into Ukraine, a country which they weren't planning on attacking, which they don't see as an enemy. It can also be explained by the fact that it is pretty widely recognized now that nobody outside of Putin's inner circle actually knew that this was going to be a military operation. It was kept secret, and apparently it was also kept secret from the soldiers and low-ranking members of the military.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Yeah, which means that a lot of unit commanders hadn't actually prepared their troops for that invasion, and their logistics seemed a bit shoddy, especially in the earlier days of the conflict. So that explains the low morale and a lot of the abandoned military hardware that we saw. But at the same time, and also, part of their operation of, hoping that the Ukrainians would fold if Russian forces reach a few of their cities and if they deploy the paratroopers to take over, say Hostomel airport and then move down to Kyiv to take the country. I think that was extremely overly optimistic on the side of the Russians. Of course, 500 or 1,000 paratroopers weren't going to take over a city of 3 million people. That was completely unrealistic. And that's what makes me think, that those who said in the beginning that, Kiev would fall in one day. I thought Kiev would last at least a week, if not 2 or 3. And the reason why, very, very quickly, the first reason, all right, heavy mechanized units don't actually move that fast. Maybe they can cover 40, 50 kilometers in a day. What would that be in Imperial units?
Yeah, but even that though,
30 miles.
That's a decent amount. I mean, the issue is like you also have to consider that it's that on top of what's getting in the way. Like a lot of stuff can get in the way of mechanized units, anything armored, anything heavy and big and bulky. Like we have to consider turns having to be slowed down for. You have to consider getting around obstacles. Hell, the Ukrainians are bombing up bridges and fucking up the roads and stuff. Or hell, what happens if one of the tanks up in the front or an armored vehicle up in the front gets hit with a javelin missile? Everyone's got to go around it.
Yes. So thinking, that the Russians were going to take Kiev in a day seems, insane to me.
They wouldn't get there in a day.
Yeah, of course, they wouldn't get there in a day. It's more than 100 kilometers away from the front. But it seems that in the early days of the conflict, the Russians did actually manage to advance the kilometers they were expected to advance by analysts. They did cover 40 or even 50 kilometers in some times, where we saw those funny videos of the Russians being out of fuel. And we were all laughing, oh, wow, look at the Russians, competent running out of fuel. I was a bit more worried when watching those videos because it suggested to me that they outran their supply line. That they had advanced so far in certain positions that they had outran their initial supply lines, and they were waiting to be refueled by the refueling units. Of course, their rear echelon security has also been a bit poor, but that also goes to show that the Russians haven't really been willing to just outright murder the civilian population. We've seen all those videos of Ukrainians going in front of tanks and blocking their way, and the Russians don't seem to want to just open fire at them.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that as difficulties mount for the Russian invaders, they're gonna start mistreating the civilian population more. They're going to start shooting. They're going to start driving over civilians, and they're going to start using their traditional Russian methods of attacking cities. Stuff like, for example, what they did in Chechnya during the First and Second Chechen Wars, because what the Russians had done there really does mirror a lot of what we saw take place in these first early days. They sent in their mechanized units initially. They reached Grozny, and those units were decimated by mostly Chechen warriors that were sitting on top of buildings, firing RPGs and other and Molotov cocktails and whatever else they had on poorly motivated Russian conscripts. And also the public opinion in Russia was against the war then. And well, what happened is that those units withdrew out of the cities. The Chechens were really happy, they declared victory in the first battles of Grozny. And then what happened is the Russians dug in and turned Grozny into Kyiv, with a massive bombardment of conventional artillery, multiple rocket systems, and ballistic missiles, along with the Russian Air Force. The Russian army goes in, and what it has done in the past is turn cities into rubble, because they have just that much conventional artillery, which they have underused so far.
I will
as
admit,
they have done with their artillery.
I agree.
With their air force.
I feel like when I imagine Russian military, I'm imagining just almost like hordes, seas of tanks coming over the horizon, right? Just like worst nightmare, like holy fuck, put on your brown pants because we got to cover up the shit. Like that scary is how I've always sort of pictured it. And I'll admit that like, and granted, you said before there's like the bias and everything, but yeah, I've been somewhat unimpressed with Russia's performance in this so far, which obviously, you know, at least before this convoy, I probably would consider a good thing. But now, if it concerns you, it also kind of concerns me that we're getting fed mostly positive information, because I don't feel like there's any way this could be going as well for Ukraine as it seems like it's going.
So the Ukrainians have suffered quite a bit. Mainly their infrastructure and military installations, the more stable stuff, has been pretty heavily bombed. It seems that like a lot of army headquarters have also been damaged, and their internet is now wavering. And of course, there's also a lot of damaged military hardware, like a lot of their older T-64 tanks that were upgraded as time went on. A lot of those have been damaged, a lot of their armored personnel carriers, but the Ukrainians are still holding. My main concern now, as time goes on, is that the Russians will switch to bombing heavily, you know, all the towns that they have surrounded. Because we've also heard that, hey, you know, like none of the provincial capitals have fallen to the Russians, which is correct. They haven't, but the Russians have surrounded a lot of them.
And they've taken what it seems like is they've mobilized and taken a lot of small towns that really don't have much presence in them.
I mean, they've also taken Kherson in the south, and they've surrounded Mariupol. So that also is going on. Especially the attack from the south seems to be going better than the rest of the attacks into the country. I think that the Russians will try to move in to surround Kyiv in the following days. But my main concern isn't Kyiv actually. It is what the attack from the south is going to do, because the armies that are the Ukrainian armies that are facing the Russian separatists in the Donbass, that's where the bulk of the Ukrainian army is, and those armies can only be supplied through a couple of directions. Well, before the war started, they had the direction of the south. Then over the bridges in the Dnieper, which was in Zaporozhye and in Dnipropetrovsk, and then from the north, convoys could pass through the roads that are around Kharkiv and move south. But the roads in the north are being threatened by the battles in Kharkiv, which are pretty intense at the moment, and the roads in the south have been cut. So the roads that are left at the moment to supply that army are the ones that are moving through Dnipropetrovsk and Zaporozhye. And now the Russians are maybe 30, 40 kilometers from Zaporozhye? To me, the main concern is that the Russians might try to thrust north and cut off the Ukrainian forces that are facing the Donbass. And if that happens, that could be a pretty big issue. It could those forces would have to get supplied somehow, would have to be fed somehow. They would need more water, and if they're cut off, they might have to either fight their way out or they might have to surrender. And that would be a devastating blow to Ukraine's defenses. So that's my main concern in the coming days, what the Russians will try to do. And of course, the bombing of civilian targets, because we've seen them start using those thermobaric bombs.
Thermobaric missiles, yeah.
We've also seen them use their grads against civilian targets more, especially in Kharkiv. And we've also seen them. We've also seen them use their either newer bombers, more the Su-35s. We've seen the Russians use them way more in these days, and they've also moved in reinforcements. Out of those, the big convoy that we've been talking about the past couple of days, those guys only went in to the fighting when the initial attack with the lighter forces failed, and that's how I think the situation will develop in the coming days.
So, something I actually had an interest in asking you, because I've seen a lot of this, and it's a little bit I guess it's a little bit worrying, is so these live camera feeds. Things are really quiet right now, right? We're seeing a lot of quietness, and yet then we hear reports of explosions heard in Kyiv. So like, what I guess I'm curious about is, from your perspective, how accurate are these camera feeds? Like, are they a good thing to go off of in terms of like, sounds like there's fighting to the east on the camera? Like, because we didn't hear anything, and Kyiv isn't necessarily that big. Like, if there were gunshots and explosions happening, you'd think you'd hear them, right?
Kyiv is pretty big. It is a city of around 3 million inhabitants.
That's true, yeah. A lot of ambient noise to yeah.
But that's the sure, European cities are a bit more dense than American cities, so I couldn't provide a good example. You guys seem to build your houses in the area that we would house 50 people. You house like 3. But
yeah,
either way,
well, we got a lot of land, so we can do that.
Yes, you can expand indefinitely. It seems like
we barely even touched the bottom left part of America, like the part of America that when you look on a map it looks sandy. We barely touched that shit.
Yeah, or the Rockies, or a lot of other places that are pretty empty. The quote unquote flyover states.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I think that looking at live cams, as well, I can't tell you the value. You could catch a lot of sirens, definitely. Now in the cities that I think there is a lot of fighting right now. Do you have any of those cities up?
Yes.
Because right now the heaviest fighting is taking place in Kharkiv, in Mariupol, and I think soon it will also be Konotop. That takes a lot of fighting. Yeah.
Yeah. So what we have is Kyiv. Trying to remember the name. It's not in English, so I can't read it like how it sounds in English, or how it sounds when said. Yeah, I think it's Kahovka. Yeah. And then another Kyiv cam, a Lviv panoramic camera, another Kyiv cam, a Chernobyl camera, and then another Novikakhovka camera. Those are the only ones that are really like on YouTube right now that I've been able to find.
Yeah, I mean, for example, in Lviv, you won't see any fighting.
That's been quiet.
On the eastern part. Chernobyl camp seems to be pointing at the sky with snow, and it's already occupied, so you won't see any fighting there. And out of your camps in Kyiv, I think there's one in Freedom Square.
Yeah, bottom left.
Yeah. So I think that sure, you can have. I think Mathaldo is saying that Kharkiv doesn't have webcams. The issue is that when fighting gets worse, a lot of webcams will go offline, especially because as time goes on, internet infrastructure is damaged, and so are a lot of cameras, and power can go out in a lot of places. So you won't catch any heavy fighting on cameras. And in my opinion, if you want to find out if there's heavy fighting in a city, I don't think the Russians will assault them directly anymore, because that failed in the early stages of the war. So I think they're gonna start encircling and bombarding them. So you could try to follow some military analysts where they're gonna be posting shorter videos of fighting or Russian troops within towns. I don't think the live cams will provide you with that much information.
Yeah,
they're more sensational, but yeah,
that is a good point. That's what concerns me, is that once stuff actually happens, which we don't want to happen, then the cameras are just going to go out, and then like all you really have to prove what's happened is, you know, videos of people from Twitter, you know? And that's good, you know, but it's ideal if you can have people covering what's happening live and like have that live world reaction of holy fuck, look what Russia is doing, this is horrible, this is terrible, you know? Like there's a lot of value in that, I feel like.
Yeah, no, there is a lot of value, you know. It's something, you know, new, you know, seeing a war playing out live. Yeah, something, for example, to keep in mind. I think it was over the day-to-day, the encircled town in the north of Ukraine, Konotop. The Russians gave an ultimatum to the mayor of the town, and the ultimatum was pretty simple: surrender the town, which is encircled, or face massive bombardment. And the mayor of Konotop refused to surrender the town. So I don't think there's going to be a live cam from Konotop, but we're definitely going to see videos of people filming some kind of massive bombardment, because I expect that to happen, and I'm dreading to see what the Russians might do to that little town.
Yeah.
And I think also the next, you know, big target, because, you know, in the south, out of the big southern cities, some of the bigger ones are still, you know, in Ukrainian hands, but the next really big one that I expect to fall is going to be Mariupol.
Really?
Yeah, because I think it's surrounded at the moment, and Kherson has fell after quite a bit of heavy fighting. There's the other two big southern towns, Mykolaiv and Odessa, are much safer. They're better defensive positions, and I think they're going to hold out for way longer. There's also Melitopol, which fell, I think, a couple of days ago, which is a kind of big city, which was in a pretty indefensible area. It was in the middle of the steppe, essentially, in the middle of the fields. There wasn't really a good defensive
it's just
position
roll
there.
up on it. They couldn't do anything. Yeah.
It got surrounded and it fell. So right now, Mathalto says, I think U.S. observers said Kherson is still contested. Yes, it is still contested. Of course, there's still probably irregulars fighting in there. I don't know if there's any Ukrainian army still fighting in there. It could be the case. But right now, the Russians do have de facto control over the town, from what I understand.
What's life like? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, of course, I think, you know, of course, we're going to see irregular fighting a lot in those contested or surrounded or Russian-controlled towns. And especially, for example, in Melitopol, we saw protests take place from Ukrainians. I expect this to happen. It's just that as time goes on, that resistance will probably wear down. And the reason for that is, you know, all those soldiers and irregulars that are fighting in there have to be fed somehow, and doing that in cities is always a problem, especially when the Russians seem to be underfed themselves.
Yeah, that's something I've noticed.
Going around in supermarkets trying to take food.
Yeah, that seems like a problem. Like what I'm seeing a lot of, and this also is a little concerning, is we're seeing a lot of very positive videos of how Russian, you know, POWs are being treated, and I really hope that's reflective of the broader trend and not just, you know, some selective publishing or whatever. It doesn't seem like it is, but let's really hope that's the case. That's not the case. But what I'm really worried about is, like, when you see someone captured who's a Russian, they're being given, like, tea, and they're being warmed up, and they're in, like, the warmth and everything. But, like, when you're in the invading force, if you even are taking prisoners, like, I don't know if Ukrainian prisoners are getting treated anywhere nearly as fair.
Probably they probably are treated a bit worse, but prisoners of war generally are not treated as poorly nowadays as they used to. And of course, well, Russians, and going back to Soviet times, during the Second World War,
it
Soviet
also
POWs were treated horribly.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to like
No, no, of
interrupt,
course.
but
Yeah,
also I should mention it doesn't even necessarily need to be like oh, they're treating them badly. It's very possible it's just, oh, the Russians don't have the like they don't have enough food, they don't have the blankets and the heat and what they need to not only support their troops, as it seems is kind of going on right now. There's been supply shortages, which, as you said, could just be because the invasion is going so much faster than you know.
I'm actually not 100% sure what is happening with Ukrainian POWs, but I don't think they have to keep them in Ukraine.
That's true.
They can probably ship them to Russia, where they can feed them and shelter them fairly easily. Now I don't know if they're treated properly, but generally POWs are still kind of respected, and you tend to not treat them too poorly. It's not good to do that. That's why I've also, like, humiliating POWs is not, in my opinion, a very good idea. Even if they're the invaders, treat them okay, because you could see retaliation against Ukrainian POWs. That's the main reason why POWs are usually not harmed by.
Because what happens to your country's POWs if you start fucking up theirs? Yeah.
Yeah, and during World War II, because there weren't that many German POWs in the beginning, the Germans
weren't too friendly.
They weren't too friendly. They left Soviet POWs. They committed them to hard labor. A lot of them starved to death. Especially other POWs in certain areas of the East, where essentially, I think some 2 million and something Soviet POWs during World War II outright died at the hands of the Germans, and then the Soviets retaliated by treating German POWs pretty harshly. But of course, just treat POWs well. It's not a good idea to mistreat POWs, because of course there's retaliation. Of course, a lot of these soldiers don't really have a choice in going in, so do keep that in mind.
I treat all my POWs quite well, I'll have you know.
Yeah. I don't know about your dungeon POWs in your home, Xanderhal.
My POWs on my screen right now, they're being treated quite well.
That's good to hear, because I don't think it's great, and I've also seen a lot of discussion going around about the Azov battalion using.
Yes, I want to hear about the Azov battalion. Please give me the lowdown. I feel like it's got to be a meme. I feel like it's tankies using. Well, lefties hate Nazis, so what if we say the Ukrainians are Nazis? Then we'll have support for Russia. I feel like that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, in that sense, sure. I mean, when you're fighting a desperate war, especially when the Ukrainian military was weaker in 2014, when a militia comes up to you and says we're willing to fight your invaders, or you're not going to say no, and you're not going to ask them any questions.
Yeah.
Of course, it is regrettable that you have a Nazi unit fighting alongside the Ukrainian military, but it's not reflective of the entire force. We're talking about a unit of 600 soldiers in an army of 200 and some thousand, and in a country of 44 million, where far-right parties only won 2% of the vote in the last election. It is completely inconsequential. So focusing on the Azov battalion would be like Turkey invading Greece and saying, "Oh yeah, you have neo-Nazis." I don't think the West would accept that, and I think it's right that
I don't think they should. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad that for the most part the Azov battalion narrative is being combated by people on the left, but fuck. People fall for that shit. It's effective. All you have to do is invoke, stuff like that to get a lot of lefties on the internet on your side with something like this. And it's upsetting because it's so bad.
It is. It's sad that you know we go ahead and fall for things like this very easily. I mean, another thing that's really big on the left is disliking NATO. So
Yeah. Oh, that's
a lot
led
of
to a
people,
lot of dumb shit. I've seen that.
yeah, a lot of people instinctively think, okay, NATO is bad, so how is NATO at fault for this? And that's not a good way to analyze things because you're going in motivated. There are other bad actors apart from NATO. I'll have you know, in the world stage.
Oh yeah.
It's not just NATO that is bad. The Russians are pretty terrible, and what they're doing right now in Ukraine has very little to do with NATO and its aspirations. So, we do fall in a lot of ideological traps, in my opinion. But I think the Azov Battalion one is really silly. I think you can hate the Azov Battalion for being Nazis while not thinking that the Russian invasion that is killing school children and bombing nurseries at the moment is a justified response to that. I don't know how many Azov Battalion members are hiding in nurseries, but I can't imagine there's that many.
Yeah. Okay. We gotta ask another question. This is gonna be a tough one.
Of course.
What is your opinion on the possible, like, Russia cutting off our ability to access some of their stuff? Like, obviously we're putting sanctions on them. What happens? Do you think we're gonna get some retaliation in that respect? Economic retaliation?
Economic retaliation from Russia would most likely hurt the European Union, not really the United States.
Well, yeah, that's the point. Is I'm asking, like, do you think this would be possible, or do you think they're just gonna not even try because it wouldn't be, wouldn't have the effect, or do you think it's gonna be done just as a virtue signaling move to the Russian people because it could be popular? Like, I don't know.
They could. I don't think it would have as much of an effect, but the sanctions being done against Russia now also hurt the European Union because gas prices are rising, and of course Russia is the main energy supplier of the European Union.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
natural gas and Russian oil account for a really big chunk of that energy that goes into the EU. So, and not only that, I think one of the bigger even issues that are being caused by this war is the fact that I think between Russia and Ukraine, those two supply 29% of the world's wheat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
29%.
Yes. So food prices are also.
That is not an and food prices are already high, and that is not an inconsequential percentage by any means. Chat, 29%.
We're talking about the bread baskets of the world at the moment.
Yeah.
Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine especially. Yeah. So this.
That is their flag. It's blue sky and gold grain, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's pretty.
So, yeah. So that's my main worry when it comes to sanctions. And also, I don't think the Russian economy will collapse to the point where they won't be able to support their invasion, at least not at the moment. Because even though sanctions are also hurting that Russian war chest that people have been talking about, around half of that war chest is held in gold and in Chinese currencies.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That part we can't hurt with sanctions, like we can, for example, the pounds or the US dollars or the euros that constitute about half of that war chest. And that the war chest, it was smaller when in 2014 the Russians invaded Crimea, but they learned some things about how to make it better as time went on. Of course, there's other things. The Russian economy has a very low debt, and it basically bloats its reserves instead of spending it on its population. So, unfortunately, I think that the Russians while they will be hurt by sanctions very heavily, and especially their population will be hurt, I think they can maintain a budget surplus as long as they can sell the crude oil at more than $40 a barrel.
Mm-hmm.
And at the moment, oil is much more expensive than that. And it's set to continue being expensive. So as oil prices rise, that helps the Russian economy, doesn't hurt it.
Yeah, it does.
So yeah.
Really interesting. I'm liking this conversation a lot because if I'm being honest with you, even in my favorite lefty spaces, and I'm taught this applies to you guys if you're watching, even in my favorite lefty spaces, they're echo chambers. Every political space to some degree acts as an echo chamber. The degree to which it acts as one is determined by how responsible the person running the platform is, but it's bizarre how filtered I find that some of my information on these things has been, because everybody is kinda a little bit biased, and it's nice talking to somebody who isn't obviously isn't just biased in the other direction, and that's why they're saying this, clearly is on the same side as me, but has a perspective that isn't just clearly blinded by agreeing with me.
Yeah, I think that of course we want to avoid doomerism, right? So seeking out purposefully bad information is also not ideal.
I can't beat this boss until I take a break. Sorry, I had to say something in my chat. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to beat this boss till I've taken a break from the game.
Yeah,
so I'm just gonna chill for a minute.
I've seen you fighting. Anybody who said that playing the video games was a bad idea during this, it seems like a great idea, because I have something to watch while this goes on.
I'll give it one more try, but usually whenever I do a Souls fight like this, I get progressively worse, then I take a break, and then I beat it first try. So it's
yeah, that's usually what happens, not only with Souls bosses, but most boss fights. If it frustrates you, I think you should always take a break.
I leave before it frustrates me. 3 deaths, and I take a break, and then I beat it first try. It's always how it goes. It's always
yeah, so for me, if you're going to seek out information, do understand that, for example, Ukrainian sources are going to be really pro-Ukraine. So there's going to be exaggeration when it comes to the numbers of casualties caused to the Russians, and there's going to be an underreporting on the casualties caused to Ukrainians, and they're going to present the situation as them winning because that's what they have to do.
Yeah.
They are not at fault for doing this. But if we want, a more accurate understanding of what is really going on there, do avoid Russian sources because they are pretty poor.
Yeah.
Please. But my recommendation would be to look at war analysts and certain journalists on the ground. Those are gonna probably be better for understanding what's really going on. And another thing, please, don't let your preconceived biases about geopolitical actors and what they do cloud your judgment or color your entire analysis of an event. Because I've seen, a lot of people, saying, being conflicted, saying, well, NATO is horrible. How do we square this with the invasion of Ukraine? You can maintain that NATO is horrible. Please, for the love of Christ, you don't have to start liking the Russians because of it. Yeah, I think that's my point there.
Yeah, I've noticed that this happens a lot. Anytime that you have to give the benefit of the doubt to a group that, let's be real, the left decides, you always have to say is bad, then it always leads to some. It always leads to some dumb shit. Afghanistan we saw, right? I got mega canceled with the Afghanistan stuff because I said, listen, all right, let's look at the polling. Most women in Afghanistan don't want us to leave unless there are proper peace talks agreed to where women are going to be able to work and go to school and everything. And I went on about how the Taliban are going to probably take most of Afghanistan, probably at least take Kabul in a week, I think I might have said. And I went into some pretty good detail, and I was mostly correct. But I got canceled for that take because it went against the popular narrative, even though it was correct. And that happens all the time. There are plenty of absolutely true base takes that I'll say off stream that I'm like, this is so true and fucking base, but I could never say this on stream because there's no way they could handle it. And it's true.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember your take on Afghanistan. Being that the situation will get worse once the U.S. leaves.
Yeah, for the people of
And
Afghanistan, yeah.
I saw people. It was really bewildering when I saw people thinking that somehow if the Taliban takes over, things are going to be better. Of course, they weren't going to be better. Not only is the Taliban a way more brutal overlord than, say, the United States, there's also the fact that economic aid was always going to be harmed. And now, if I don't know if people have been following Afghanistan very closely, but they're on the edge of famine. The
Really?
population of Afghanistan right now is starving. I think the more than 50% is food insecure at the moment, and things are going to get much worse because the economy of Afghanistan was decimated by this war, and also a big part of their economy was held in American banks, which are now withholding whatever aid they would provide to Afghanistan on the grounds that it's held by the Taliban. But I right now the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan is going to get much worse. So I don't get. I understand the reflexive dislike of Western partners. I am not a big fan of U.S. intervention and what they've done in a lot of the Middle East and what their justifications are for a lot of things. I'm not a big fan, but at the same time, I can't just sit there and deny reality because I dislike America.
Exactly.
And I don't even have to even hand it to them. I can just say, well, what America does is bad in certain contexts, and so is what other autocratic countries might do, or what other bad actors might do. Being, a quote-unquote anti-imperialist while standing Russia of all countries, for the love of God, do you know nothing about either IR politics or history? Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to be completely honest. When it comes to my qualifications and what I talk about, it's usually like I try to stay in my lane and make it obvious when I step out of it, and I'm giving like a grain of salt kind of take. But having somebody on that knows they're talking about, especially somebody who is not a subject of bias, or well, a subject of bias to the extent that I see so often. A subject, well, yeah, like wouldn't you be a subject of bias if you were biased?
I have my own biases, but
I guess I don't know that the terminology is weird, but
and of course I want to give a little disclaimer. I don't have insider information on this whole thing. I don't work in a defense analyst like Haven or something. I'm not in a think tank, at least yet. I'm only 21 myself. I don't have some extremely insider knowledge. I just have some understanding of the situation that has been afforded to me by my studies, and I try to give a more measured take because I always fear that since we are in certain echo chambers, we can miss a lot of information that might come to bite us in the ass later.
Yeah, I find that's happened a lot, and it happened with the Afghanistan thing. It's happened with a lot of non-war related things, just random politics stuff. And yeah, I mean, I really appreciate you coming on because this has been a really cool convo. I definitely might have you on in the future if there's any other crazy like world events that occur or anything else unravels here. Do you have anything else you want to talk about?
Sure. I mean, at some point in the future. I mean, yeah. If another big world event happens, of course, even though I want to, I can't stop watching, which is something that isn't great for my mental health.
Yeah.
But not only that, if you want to speak about past wars or world events that you might have limited information on, I can provide a lot of information. So if you want to do, for example, a segment on how terrible Stalin is, I can give you a lot of information there, because there seems to be a lot of people on the left seem to think, okay, Western propaganda is bad, therefore Stalin isn't as bad as they say, therefore Stalin is good. No, that's not the case. I can talk about Stalin, if you like. I can talk to you about a lot of information on I can talk about the Greek Civil War, which a lot of people on the left know absolutely nothing about. So one of the big Cold War phenomena that the left knows anything about. I bet a lot of people haven't even heard of it. On here, a lot of people don't know that the United States has actually dropped napalm on Greek territory.
Really?
Yes.
Shit.
Yeah, one of the earliest Cold War engagements. I can talk to you about something that I think you'll really like. Do you know how about a lot of people on the left talk about revolutionary action in the United States and how they're gonna take to the mountains and become like and start the revolution?
A lot of stuff like that. Yeah.
I have studied insurgencies and counterinsurgencies, and I can come in and like do a pretty thorough breakdown of how idiotic that idea is. Because a lot of people say, well, are you like anti-revolutionary? No, I'm anti-stupid. I want you to know that if you go out in the Appalachian Mountains to start your LARPy revolution, you will run out of food in a week, and then the American government will come and arrest you, with the rest of the American population consider you a terrorist, and the socialist cause in the United States being thrown back decades. That's what I think. So yeah, I can come and talk to you about a little bit of like how a revolution actually works, how the military aspect of like a revolution works, how I can talk to you about the Cuban Revolution, for example, how that came about and how that happened. But so I can talk to you about a lot of things. So if an idea comes to me, I could send you an email or something, or DM you. If you have a more chill stream or something that comes up, if you think that you want to talk about a historical event, you can have me on.
Yeah, absolutely. That should be a great time. I really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me on, especially on such a short notice. I did enjoy our conversation. To everybody else, thank you guys for having me, and stay positive, please. When looking at the news in Ukraine, do use a critical eye when looking at them, and keep your hopes up. It's good to be positive and support the Ukrainians. Slava Ukraini! Okay, everybody.
True.
Have a wonderful time. See you later.
See you later. Have a good one.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye. Glory to Ukraine. Hell yeah. That was a fun combo. Learned some cool stuff. Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. That was really pog. All right. If you enjoyed that segment, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon over next to the subscription button if you haven't already, to turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. They don't do it otherwise. I swear. They don't. It's true. On top of that, of course, if you want to follow my social media, it's all linked right down below in both the description of the video and the stream. So you can follow my social media, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, all of that. And of course, if you want to support me financially, as this is still my full-time job, and I don't want to stream to you guys from the inside of a cardboard box, naked in the desert, covered in lizards, feel free to donate. You can either donate to a cause like the Ukrainian military, or you can donate to me if you want to support me. It's up to you. I will leave the option on the table, but you can either donate through my website, xanderhal.com/live, donate through Streamlabs, or through YouTube and I think Patreon. Yeah. Other than that, no matter how you support me, thank you all so much for watching. I really do appreciate it, and have a good one. That was a good segment. All right, if you're watching right now, like the stream, okay? Like the stream. Like it. Alright, I'm going to shut off Elden Ring now because we're not having a convo anymore. I like to play Elden Ring during convos because having something to do during the convo keeps me, keeps my ADHD from like making my mind run wild. So, it's a bit preferable. Okay, we need to find a new stream because this one kind of went to shit. Tensions rise in the Baltic Sea area. Oh, no. Shit, there we go. The bottom one's of Kyiv 2. All 3 of those are for Kyiv, and one's for Nova Kakhovka. This is a good one, but it's... Can I use your vape? Oh no, Lonnie, you always at the second. The second I'm down to 1 vape. The second my disposable vape dies, the instant it dies, and I'm down to 1 vape, Lonnie's like, can I borrow your vape? Hey Lonnie, can you take it with you to the store to buy another disposable vape? That's a Hypno Frog. It's Hypno Toad. Listen, Hypno Toad. Alright, we watch the cameras. We watch the cameras and we hope things stay quiet. Alright? Yeah, I'll go to the store. Yay! Anyone hear about the Slovenian consulate being destroyed in Kharkiv? Jesus. Don't use disposable electronics, but I'm a nicotine addict, Red Amber. What is that on the horizon? Is that a fire? That looks ominous. That little bit right there looks ominous to me. So foggy and eerie. I know. I hate it. Though it's probably a good thing for them, because fog is good for... Yeah. An Indian student was killed in Kyiv yesterday. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Indian government's not going to stand for that. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, is the Indian government not, you know, just as on board with, like, did you seriously kill one of our fucking citizens on your soil? Like, are they not, like, or on foreign soil, are they not, like, super big on that like the US is? I've heard a bit about it, Eli Wood. Yeah, it sounds pretty fucking insane. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene's insane. I know she spoke at the thing. True, the lower the visibility, the higher the safety. For the Ukrainian people it is, or at least the people of Kyiv. Yeah, it seems like the 2 bottom cams are of Independence Square. This is a surprisingly good camera. Yes, but invading Russia would be insane by India. Listen, okay? India's got a very high population. Like, right? That's gotta mean a lot of soldiers. You've at least gotta have a lot of foot soldiers. Like troops. India also has nukes, yeah. India's a world superpower, guys. You know that, right? Like, they aren't to be trifled with. Video of Russian rocket artillery from World War II, so imagine this, but even worse. Is that how it works? That's the 1940s, alright. Each one of those is about as much damage as a tank shell? Jesus. Uh-oh. Look, this live stream's got the problem too, the sex bots. This live stream's got the sex bots too. Even the Russian sex bots, apparently. Is that what this is? Vlada, what's this say? Russian sex pests. It says Russians, how are you? Does it? You don't think it's a sex bot? Anytime I see a woman in a YouTube profile picture, I immediately assume sex bot until proven otherwise. You guys ever heard of the dead internet theory? The idea that, like, the vast majority of the content you see on the internet is just generated by AI and bots? And that while, yes, there are billions of people on the internet, there's just so much internet that you're not actually encountering as many people as you think. It's so dumb. I feel like it's dumb too, but not entirely. Like, I do think more of the interactions we have are bots than we think, but I don't think it's like a ridiculous amount. Like there's an Instagram account with over 1 million followers that's completely AI generated. Looks like a completely normal real girl, tweets like it. The pictures look real. It's advertised as being a robot, but kind of tongue in cheek. But most of the people following the account don't know that it's just an AI. And it's verified and has millions of followers and is extraordinarily popular. It's just an AI-generated algorithm. And you could totally believe it was a real person, you know, thousands of posts over the course of, like, what, 6 years now? All of them being, like, pictures with different people and doing different things, even videos. Like, it's a complex AI, but, like, you don't know how much that there is. Are you telling me the hot MILFs in my area aren't real? I am. Trust me, I've tried. They aren't real. Two Romanian aircrafts missing near Ukraine. Sweden reports Russian aircrafts went into their airspace. Uh-oh. That is not good. Romania is NATO? Yeah, I don't know if Russia would attack that, but... Why are the lights on in Independence Square tonight? Does anybody know why? This particular night, the lights are on? Is that parfait? Yes, it is. I should continue eating it. Lonnie made me a parfait because she's the best girlfriend ever, and I love her. And I give her good dick, so she gives me good parfait. All Time has a good video on the dead internet theory. I watched that one, I think. I think it's the one where I learned about the super complex AI that ended up not being a real person. It was just like a Twitter account that was an AI. Can everyone say Lonnie is poggers in chat? Based. Based, chat. It's true as well. She is poggers. I've seen it. I've seen her pog. Remember that one Microsoft AI that became a Nazi? That's one of my favorite stories of all time. Yeah. I like how people try to argue the right-wing rabbit hole or whatever isn't real. The alt-right rabbit hole isn't real. When, like, the second Nazis found out there was a robot on the internet that could be influenced by ideas, just like any random kid could, they immediately started feeding it Nazi propaganda and turned it into a Nazi very effortlessly. Like, the idea that, like, the alt-right pipeline's like a conspiracy theory, people claim that. That it's a conspiracy theory is pretty ridiculous when you see stuff like that. Hello, Actual T. How you doing? Oh, shit. Do I need to check Twitter right now? I gotta check Twitter for thirst traps. You guys know how it be. Hey, Old Man Laundry hit 327. It ended up being 327 subscribers. Hell yeah. Alright. You haven't posted any thirst traps. I'm mad. I also had to check all my Twitter notifications. Listen, chat. When T posts a thirst trap or Lonnie posts a thirst trap, I show it on stream as a palate cleanser for this war shit, okay? A friend of mine made an AI on our Discord, training her on thousands of internet chat logs. It lasted 3 days until dropping N-words, hard R. It's like... But you can't argue that, you know? Like, when you're in a debate with, like, the type of person who you're trying to convince that's an issue, it's, like, so hard to convince them, like, dude, like, creating an environment in which everyone's just constantly dropping slurs for the memes can lead to, like... it not being about the memes anymore. But then you'll just get called like a simp or something, and then they'll like post a screenshot of the interaction on a liberals posting their L's Twitter account with 5 million followers or something. Hi, Lil BBG. Goddamn, everyone's waking up right now. I did a European, a Eurocuck stream. I started at 10 a.m. for me. For the Eurocucks, and now it's getting to be noon, or 1 p.m. And all my friends are waking up. Is the Kyiv? Yes, these are all Kyiv cameras, except for the top left one, which is a Nova Kakovka camera. Well, my schedule is fucked. I think I fixed my sleep schedule, guys. I woke up about 2 a.m. this morning, so basically I stayed up all day yesterday. Went to bed at around 4 p.m., maybe 3 p.m., slept until 2 a.m., and then went live at 10 a.m., and now it's 12:50 p.m. So I'm going to go to bed at a hopefully reasonable time tonight, and I should be tired around a reasonable time tonight. And hopefully I perpetually stay in a good sleep schedule as long as I don't fuck it up, because I'd like to stick to earlier in the day streams. 10 or 11 a.m. is my ideal time to start stream, because I like to be done with stream by 1 or 2. And be able to go on with my day, you know? I'll probably end stream today around 2 unless anything crazy happens. Russia really going wild right now? What's going on? Russia continues to special ties and denazify Ukraine. Oh my god, they're doing it. Oh my god. They're doing the not. I called it, dude. Literally in that conversation, they're weaponizing lefties being fucking stupid, like hearing, oh, we're denazifying, and they're just like, oh, soy clap, like, oh god, oh my fucking god. I can never spell literally right. I don't know why. It's a possessive. The possessive is wrong. Zan, no. Zan, no! You made a minor Error. Say no. No. You made a minor error on Twitter. You made a minor grammatical error on Twitter. No. They show whole representations in Russian schools about the need to denazify Ukraine. Jesus Christ. All ever happened to me was I got sent to the principal's office once because I refused to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. If Russia wants to denazify, they should start by overthrowing Lukashenko in Belarus, who has said positive things about Hitler. They should think about, you know, kicking out basically Putin, you know, and, you know, denazifying themselves first. Because guess what, guys? Tankies are red fash. It's true. True, and that's true. Yeah, no, that's pretty true. That's true, and no, that's true. That's true, and yeah, it's pretty true. Yeah, it's just how it is, dude. True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true, that's true, that's pretty true. That's pretty true, I mean... That's true, yeah, that's true, that's true, that's fucking true. That's how it is, dude. Someone just commented on me saying the UK has no oranges. No oranges? Wait, chat. Hold on, we're gonna do the meme. No oranges? Did we get it? I hope we got it. When I was in school, I stopped standing for the anthem in Canada because of everything the government is doing to indigenous population. I refused to stand for the anthem of a country built on genocide. Have you gotten in trouble for it? In America, you get in trouble for it. The UK and their lack of clementines truly pants, I must say. Truly pants, I must say. Yeah, they don't have clementines, do they? The concept of the Pledge of Allegiance is terrifying to me. Really? Where are you from? What country doesn't have something like that, I feel like? What do you mean, Zan? In my school, no one stood for the pledge and no one got in trouble? Let me guess, not a southern school? I went to school in Florida, and not like Miami or whatever. I did go to school for Tampa, but the school I went to was not in Tampa where this happened, okay? It was in a place that if I just, like, put you there in GeoGuessr, you could guess was just Georgia or Alabama. Nothing like the pledge in Germany. You don't have the Pledge of Allegiance? We do, though, at least here in Wales. I have some grievances about your salt lamp take. Why? Do you want me to, like, cum on a salt lamp and mail it to you? So it can, like, diffuse my cum ions into the air? I'm really sorry. I don't know why I got so mean. No, everything I said about salt ion lamps was true. And, I'm based. You can't ionize salt without ridiculous amounts of energy. An amount of energy that would kill you to be in the same room as it. Oh, the way I explained it was bad? Listen, okay? I am not a science person. I listened to a YouTube video explain it, okay? And I did my best to reiterate it, alright? Don't stick around for me to talk about space or quantum mechanics or string theory, then. Because I'm sure I'm really butchering some stuff there. I'm Canadian. We pledged never waste a drop of maple syrup or it's jail time. Listen, okay? I only know one girl from Canada, and she got big booby. So I'm just assuming that maple syrup makes your boobs big. Salt lamp rule 34. One day. There she is. Anyone tried the McChicken Big Mac? I've never had a McChicken. I would get detention for not standing for the anthem all the time. They stopped punishment for it eventually when more students started to as well. Yeah, same thing more or less just happened. I think I just gave up on trying to, like, not do it just because I felt like it wasn't worth the argument. But yeah, I know nowadays it's much less common because I feel like it'd get, like if a teacher got mad at a student for not standing for the pledge, then I feel like it'd get recorded and put up on TikTok and the teacher would get fired or something. Like you don't probably... That probably doesn't happen as much anymore. There we go. I wanted to make sure it was caught up. Because of the sanctions, it's rice and water for me. Wait. Vlad, are you currently in Russia? Are you currently subject to the sanctions? I have a friend in Ukraine. Unfortunately, they are okay, but now they're convinced all Russians support the invasion. That sucks. My parents are? Oh. Well, I'm glad you're having a good-ass time in America, where the only thing keeping you from being able to get food is how expensive it is. And the lack of public transportation to get to it. And the high likelihood of living below the poverty line. Or living, well, not below the poverty line, because the poverty line is literally $1,000 a month. But above, but still frighteningly close to the poverty line. Just, yeah. You guys know that, right? The federal poverty line is $12,000 a year. Or is it $15K? It's less than $20,000 a year, from what I remember. The federal poverty line is ridiculously low. Did you catch the explosion from earlier? I was on the stream that caught it. Link it or Anth. That's actually happening. I went to school in Florida and stopped standing for the pledge in 3rd grade at the beginning of the year. There was always an argument about it. Exactly, yeah. I can't really complain about my sister, her kids, and my friends are in Ukraine. Oh no, that's not good. That's not good. Jesus.
Це теплотраса возле ЖД вокзала. Внизу за ямою, між коліями та ямою.
That's terrifying. The Kyiv South station was hit for pray for the police. Oh, they hit the police station. No, it wasn't. What the fuck? Sus? Sus? Oh wait, is this person chill? Okay, extra details below, okay. One of many from half an hour ago by a rocket striking a railway station. Okay, so it wasn't a police station. A station, main. A rocket strike near the railway station in Kyiv broke a large heating main. Part of Kyiv may be left without heat. So no attacks I have. The video clearly shows the date and everything. Why would you post fake stations being whistled? For what it's worth, I trust Horse Me. I have the clearest info on to have the clearest info on this. Update: the strike did not target the railway station. It was destroyed and debris fell there. Russian forces delivered a strike near the Kyiv railway station where the evacuation efforts are ongoing. Okay, we got the whole story. Okay, cool. Alright, yeah, I just had to read through it. It's all good, chat. We good. We're nice and hard. We got the details straight. We're not in the wrong. We got it. We're correct. We can keep our correct boner now. Apparently, as a response against indiscriminate artillery bombing of cities, Ukrainian forces have decided to execute any captured Russian artillery servicemen. I mean, I guess it's fair, but at the same time, I guess Ukraine's played it pretty friendly so far with you know, taking prisoners, so, or at least it seems they have, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, Horse Me is in Ukraine. Oh, okay, cool. Pog, Vlada. Is this NSFW? The reason stated is for now mass graves must be used. Ukraine requests mobile morgues to help deal with Russian soldiers. Like I said before, either extraordinary news for Ukraine or selective editing or a selective bias or whatever, or war propaganda, but like publicly stating we need mobile morgues to deal with all the dead Russians is like a pretty big power move, is it not? Like, hey guys, we've killed so many of the invading Russians, we need mobile morgues for mass graves. Like, sad. It's very sad, but it's also a bit of a power move. Yeah, both sides are having heavy losses. Any conservative YouTube today? We are not covering anything conservative on YouTube today. Maybe in the next coming days. The Ukraine stuff's really just got all my attention right now. You know what I'm surprised about? Vosh hasn't been streaming. He's really not taken as many opportunities to stream this as you'd expect. He might be busy with something, I don't know. I haven't talked to him much. Last I talked to him was about the cum pills, I think. Wait, no, I talked to him like 2 days ago. Nothing important, but yeah, I talked to him a little bit 2 days ago in DMs. Didn't come up, though. Yep, we already got one down, Lonnie. Don't worry. I'll get some segments out today, don't you worry. Who's talking right now? It's the audio source is Independence Square. That'd be cool. What kind of egg-mints am I planning? I'm planning some interesting egg-mints, Lonnie, don't worry. We gotta do a juicer may gooser segmentarino today. Hey chat, do you guys have any interesting like videos you think I should respond to? The cams tend to be outside apartment windows? Exactly, yeah. Hey chat, does anybody have a link to an interesting conservative video we could respond to today?
Açıklama Ukrayna İçişleri Bakanlığı'ndan geldi. Bu füzenin nereye düştüğünü merak ederken.
Wait, I got one. Hold on. Wait, never mind. I know which one. I know what video we're gonna watch. It's less of a response video and more of a reaction, but I'm gonna give a lot of commentary alongside it, and it's gonna be good. Someone linked me a video recently about Blair White. Somebody accused Blair White of using them in a video to push a weird detransitioner narrative. And someone linked it to me, and it seemed like a good video to watch on stream. Does anybody have a Linkarino? Did you believe Buck Angel is in it? Oh, that sounds good too. Okay. Okay, I've seen. I remember you told me I should watch this. Okay. Okay, Lonnie told me I should watch this and that it would be good. Okay. This should be good. Trans versus conservative men. Is masculinity disappearing in America? Can I just say, the most manly men I know are all trans men, because they spend literally all their time and effort, not all of it, but a lot of time and effort, much more than cis men do, into being manly and man-like, and so they tend to be the most manly men I know. At least, you know, you don't meet a lot of trans dudes, but, you know, as far as I'm aware, tends to be the consistent tendency. What I'd like to see is, because I know Buck Angel is in this, I hope it's like Buck Angel versus some like noodle arm 5'2" like conservative dude. I really hope that's the lineup. That would be hysterical. By the way, Buck Angel is a dumb fuck politically on a lot of stuff, but he's a boomer. I can't really blame him on some things, though I do condemn a lot of his opinions. He does have some pretty based moments sometimes. I'm sure here he might be based, but doesn't mean that he's not cringe on other things. Okay, so let's watch.
Social experiment that brings humans with opposing beliefs together. These discussions may contain viewpoints that are the result of misinformation. Remember to seek out experts and to be critical of your own biases while forming an opinion.
Oh, I like
Please see
that.
the humanity in each participant, and as always, we encourage empathy.
I like that. That's a cool little thingy.
So when you say we're just redefining what being a man is, you have to understand you're redefining a fabric in society that has kept the human race.
Oh my God, I was
and got it
right.
to where it is today.
But do you see the state of our world today? It's not perfect, and it's been led by men. Like,
holy shit, I was right. Can we see the lineup? That we got Buck right there. We got this dude who looks like a skater dude. We got a guy there in flannel, and like the conservative guys. We got this guy looks like he's a wax figure. I'm sorry. This guy looks like he's made of wax. Have you ever seen a wax figure of a person before in real life? Because that's what this guy looks like. He looks like a synth from like Alien. You know the synths? Yeah, he looks like one of those. Like if I cut him, his blood will be white. You are trespassing in a restricted area. Like in Alien Isolation or whatever. He looks like one of those. He's got crazy eyes. He looks like he's trying to get that mouth on something right now. He's trying to get that mouth on something.
Human race and got it to where it is today.
but do you see the state of our world today?
But I assume these are all the trans dudes, right? Like, I'm sorry, but we got this little shrimp right here in a suit. We got this little fucking smooth boy right here. We got Seth Rogen 20 years ago, and we got one big burly guy. And on the left side, we got big burly guy, like normal looking dude, kinda skater boy looking dude. Like, they unironically did the more manly lineup are the trans dudes. Like, if I gave you this lineup here and you didn't know who all these people are, I actually think most people would assume these were the trans dudes, like just from this angle. Okay, maybe not. This guy kinda This guy kind of has like an aesthetic going on that conservative guys wouldn't dress like. Like put this guy in like flannel or like a leather jacket and you know, but like, and take this guy out of the suit and this guy out of the fucking polo shirt so you don't know they're obviously conservative. And I would pin these guys as the trans dudes. Like I said, trans guys are more manly than cis men 90% of the time.
It's not perfect, and it's been led by men like throughout all of history, and look where it's gone.
Actually, in this case, 75% of the time, to be quite more specific.
Step forward if you agree with the prompt. Masculinity is disappearing in America.
No. What's that even mean? Can you even define that?
Masculinity is disappearing. I think that it's a concerted effort to emasculate men. I think that some people feel threatened by masculinity and the.
Can you even define that? Oh, is that Brandon Tatum? That's Brandon Tatum, isn't it? That's. I thought he looked familiar. He looks different under this lighting. The Officer Tatum, I think his name's Brandon here, but I think his name's Brandon Tatum. I think this is him. I've only watched one of his videos before. I thought he looked familiar, but I've only seen him once. Long time ago. I covered him like back when I first moved to California. Am I right? Is this him? I hope I'm not having a case of mistaken identity here. I've only covered the guy once, so I might be in the wrong on who I think it's him. Okay, you say so.
Themselves, leading families and different things like that. So I think that there's an effort to mitigate strong men in America.
There's a few different ways to think about masculinity, but just looking at kind of the definition of the term.
Okay. What masculinity is highly subjective, okay? If we're talking about different cultures and different like time periods, we're talking very different conceptions, okay? Though if we're talking is masculinity disappearing in America, we'll be more specific. I would argue that masculinity, if anything, has become hyper escalated in America. Hookup culture, the prevalence of manly associated branding, gyms, clothing, body wash, even just anything that's like for hygiene, highly gendered. Just like it seems like if anything, capitalism, especially in the growing prevalence of technology, has only led to masculine and feminine aspects of society getting more exemplified. Now, has what we see as masculinity gotten a little bit more different? Do we allow women now to work instead of just being forced to stay in the house, barefoot, cooking pies all day and pumping out babies out of their cooter? I really couldn't think of another word. Like, obviously we don't do that anymore, or we try not to, or we give the option not to, because, we don't want to go. Yeah, we're not grugs. We don't go and bonk a woman on the head and drag her back into the snoo cave and like have our way with her. Like we've gotten past that in society. What it is to be a strong, good man has changed, and I'd argue it's changed for the better. You need to make a case for, one, has it changed for the worst? And two, you have to make a case for, is that change bad to begin with? Is the effect that change is having bad? Because those are two different arguments, believe it or not.
50 years ago, you had people like John Wayne, you had Martin Luther King, you had Sean Connery.
You don't have John Wick and fucking Mad Max now? Like, what are you talking about? People just be like, oh, nowadays you don't have list of old action movie heroes. And it's like, John Wick is one of the most successful franchises right now in like the action genre. And it started in 2014, post Gamergate. And the main character of John Wick is played by an actor who is quite openly progressive. Like, I don't know. Like, no, John Wick. I bring up John Wick as an example because they're bringing up like pop culture examples. So I'm bringing up pop culture examples too, just to point out how stupid their argument is.
Of like masculine features, as in beards, hairy chest, big muscles, think stoic, being brave, being rugged, being a provider. Today you have, people like Harry Styles and Timothy Chalamet. You have people that are completely contrary to what we were looking at back then, and those values of those masculine characteristics are completely devalued.
I do believe
that guy's gonna look identical to Seth Rogen in 20 years.
That masculinity is going downhill.
Maybe less.
Look at like testosterone levels. Now that
did they need to label this guy as a conservative man? He's wearing a suit, okay? This kid got shoved in lockers every day at school because he wore a suit to school, okay? This kid hasn't touched a vagina yet, not except for the one he came out of, and he honestly, head that big, he was probably a fucking C-section.
Testosterone levels for guys is going down compared to generations before us. So yeah, I agree. Hi, I'm Gilbert. I'm 24 years old and I'm a conservative man. With my beliefs and having a trans man as my friend, we don't really talk about politics. Someone being trans doesn't make me like them any less of a person. As far as pronouns, when referring to my friend, I don't really use the pronouns that my friend would want. I just say my friend, or I say their name, just because I feel like I'm.
You know, listen, all right? I have a black best friend. I'm not racist, okay? I promise I'm not racist. I have a black best friend, okay? And we're really good friends. Now, I don't, he asked me to not say the N-word, and I continue to say it anyway, because, we have our own political differences, but, we're still friends, He'd probably prefer I don't say the N-word, but, it's okay. That is basically what I feel like he's saying right now. Am I crazy or nah?
Giving into the narrative that men can be women and women can be men if I use the pronouns that they want.
Jesus.
I do see that masculinity is under attack completely, but my definition of masculinity, like you said, has a lot to do with the traits that are associated
God,
with it.
he really is
I mean, of all of us, I'm not the most masculine man, but I do think that the good aspects of masculinity are definitely under attack, but I don't think that it's disappearing, it's just being channeled in different ways.
It depends on how you look at it, because a lot of the traits can also be embodied in women and femininity. So when we look at masculinity, I think that we have to also look at what is the actual definition of femininity and masculinity. And if we're defining masculinity by being stoic or muscles or body parts, then is it really masculinity?
A lot of times when you guys talk about masculinity, you associate it with men being manly, but I think more women are embracing their masculinity. Masculinity's still there. I mean, just other genders are using it. Being courageous, being powerful, more women are standing in
They're
their
doing a
power,
good job.
which is again associated with masculine, but it's not specific to just men. Women are no longer submissive, they're dominant. Women don't need men, and I think
Buck
that
Angel
most
hasn't said
Americans
shit.
realizing that anyone can be powerful on their own.
I believe that the masculine traits are inherently in men, and men have to take a position. You made a really good point by saying women are now becoming more masculine. They feel as if they don't need men, which I think is the problem here. I think that the way we've been designed by God, in my opinion, is that men are to lead, men are to be strong, men are to be brave. Men have to take their rightful position. The way our country has been structured to this point have been because of strong men who have taken a stand, who have fought wars. Now I feel like it's getting so lopsided that our families are degrading. People don't know where they're at in this country.
Now in 2022, masculinity is being redefined. And I think what happens is people get upset when things start to change. I think that nobody ever wants to take that away from men. I think that what we want to do in the world now is start to understand what is masculinity. And it's always been really associated with this very machismo space. And now there's different kinds of men in the world. There's not just biological men. There's also trans men or people who want to be masculine. So
he's really trying, though. Like, he drops the biological men, and like his takes, but he's trying here. Like, Buck Angel is legitimately somebody who has spent his whole life pushing the trans movement forward. The issue is he's like 80 or something. And so he's got some really cringe boomer takes that just don't vibe well with the hippin' and hoppin' trans zoomers that here in my audience and whatnot. The movement's kind of surpassed him to an extent, He's reached a point in his life, and society's reached a point where he feels almost as though most of the hard work is done, He's seen so much change in his life that he feels as though the young people coming along and making as much of a stink as, he did back in the day, they don't know how good they have it, It's sort of like a, get off my lawn kind of mentality. But, on basic ideas like this, it seems like his heart is in the right place. I've never had a suspicion that it wasn't. Hey, Cherry. We're doing a segment.
I think what's happening now is people are pushing against change because change is scary and people don't understand. And so I think men, biological men, feel under attack when I think that's not what's happening here.
The point that you made is 100% correct. There are different phases and people are experiencing in different ways. The feminist movement is, I think they are attacking masculinity within men. I don't want a man to open the door for me. I don't need a man in my life. I can do all these different things. What they're doing is attacking.
Wait, how does feminism... Even the examples he listed, God, he is so stupid. God, I want to debate him. Oh, please. Oh, I'd love to debate him. You guys have to spam his comment section and ask him to debate me on something. Anything. Like fucking BLM, race issues, trans stuff, anything. I'll do it. Feminism, I don't care. Just get him to debate me on something like that. Yeah, holy shit. Good Lord.
in men, and that's what's causing the problem.
What part of the feminist group feels like it's attacking? Because I know that most feminism is like wanting equal pay, or
well, you just said that women not needing men.
Like none of the examples he listed were like ways that men are being harmed. It's like women doing their own thing. If anything, it's women going their own way. That'd be a good way to describe feminism. Only it's like actually them going their own way, but also kind of helping men. You know, you'll hear conservative guys shit on feminism nonstop, and they'll use, like, for example, male suicide statistics as like an example of, you know, how bad men have it. And yet when feminism tries to target the issues in our society that cause that problem, then they have a problem with it. That was a very odd and uncomfortable burp that came from a very weird, deep place in my body. And it's quite frightening because I've never had one like that before. As I was saying, we're going to go ahead and resume the video because I forgot what I was saying. And that's how we have a smooth segue.
Is somehow empowering. You know, having a man is somehow...
Yeah, male suicide is caused by women not letting them open doors, though, Xanderhal. Didn't you know? Like, to an extent that happens, like, but it's not as common as, like, it's made out to be, you know? Like, I imagine you're being sarcastic, but, like, you know, there are, like, issues where, like, you'll see, like, a woman post on Twitter, like, if a man cries in front of me, my pussy dries up like a desert, and it's like, did you really have, like, it's okay to have that opinion, but did you have to tweet it, you know? Because, like, even though I know that girl's a bitch, it still reinforces my, like, I'm never going to cry in front of a woman type of thing, right? Certainly just not going to cry in front of anybody, but certainly not like a woman. You know, it sort of, it contributes to that. And that is a thing that happens, but, you know, it's more or less standards set by men that shame men into not, you know, being willing to express their emotions, you know? Like, I only feel cool talking about my emotions with dudes that I'm friends with who've done it with me because I know they're cool with that. Because God knows, like, if I went to, like, my super macho friend who doesn't talk about, like, his problems or emotions and, like, start trauma dumping on him or whatever, and he's like, okay, this is a little heavy for me. Like, I don't want to feel like a piece of shit after that, you know?
Less empowering, or being an individual is somehow less
But that's how
empowering.
women feel.
Right.
Women actually are saying that because that's how they feel. It's
But that's not how every woman feels.
But no one's saying every woman. They're only saying women speak for themselves. All of you are going to have different opinions as biological men.
Absolutely.
Women all have different opinions. Oh, you see a very specific group of women saying this.
You did just say that's how women feel. So are you speaking on behalf of all women?
No, I'm not. Let me take that back. The women who are saying that feel that way.
Why do you feel that women in general feel disempowered?
No, I don't think in general. No. That's a generalized statement. You can't say that. I said the women. No, I did not. I said the women who say that.
You associated somehow.
Okay, that's a perfect example of conservative rhetoric right there. Buck Angel misspoke, went back and said, sorry, I didn't mean women. I meant women that are saying this. Which should have been obvious by context clues, but, you know, you get the clarification out of the way for the audience and for everyone involved, sure. But then they continue to hone in on and say, but you said women. It's like, no, I just said I didn't mean women. I meant the women saying this. That is conservative arguing. Gish galloping at its finest. It's not gish galloping. I mean, I don't even know if it's a named fallacy or a named slimy argument tactic as far as I know. I think it's just sort of a dickish thing to do.
Women are now embracing masculinity, which means that they are now more empowered because they don't
straw
need a man.
Man? Yeah, I guess straw man, yeah.
But I don't think that women's
straw
empowerment
man,
comes from having a man or not having a man. So why is it always associated that, you know, a woman's now empowered because she doesn't need a man? A woman has always been empowered. Women have never been.
But they never felt that.
That's not true.
I mean, if we go back to the 1920s, if you're going to do that, but that's
I hate
we're
this.
talking about society right now.
I hate this. The real argument is empowerment is subjective. We leave it up to those individuals who feel disempowered to seek empowerment themselves, as long as it doesn't infringe on the rights of others. The women that are, you know, fighting for feminist causes, they themselves have decided as individuals to join a broader cause of like-minded people because they feel a shared, you know, lack of empowerment. Not every woman feels that way. That's obvious, but many do. That would be the argument I'd make there, and they would have no response. There is simply no response to what I just said. It is objectively true, and anyone who tries to argue against that would look crazy. Chauncey Extreme, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that, homie. Thank you.
Now, you actually think women are empowered right now?
Absolutely, women are empowered.
Who's the vice president? And how long did it take for her to become vice president?
I hate this argument.
There is a right and wrong way to be a man.
Obviously
take a second
not.
to think about it.
Wow. Oh, of course.
I think
Of
that
course.
when I originally heard the question being asked, I didn't agree with it. But men are not abusive individuals. Men are not to be cowards. Men are to lead their families. And men who do not display that, I don't believe.
Listen, there are no bad or good men. There are no negative traits about men or negative traits about women. There are only bad traits about bad people and negative traits about people who happen to be men or women. Okay? That's how it works.
They are men, in my opinion. And all of the qualities that I see in my father is what I believe a man should be.
All of those characteristics are what make a man.
To say a characteristic or quality is that of men or that of a group is a very broad statement, and if it doesn't apply to everybody, then your statement is almost by default not very strong. It's not very sound.
And when I see a man be a coward in the truth, in just speaking the truth, or sticking up for what's right, especially today in America with everything going on, I'm like, those are not men. My name is Clarkson, I'm 24 years old, and I'm a conservative man. My biggest question for the other side really is, are you happy? Anybody that wants to fundamentally change society and change gender roles, to me, that's not happiness. And if we want to fight for acceptance, we need to start with acceptance, which is accepting society for what it is.
Dude, I feel like this guy is like, he's got like the gay version of Get Out going on, you know? Like if I pull out my phone and start blinking the camera at him, he'll snap out of it. That was a memeing a little close to the sun here, aren't we, chat? Listen, okay, all my black viewers laughed.
At the end of the day, we're all men, and I don't believe there's any wrong way to be a man. We're just redefining what it means to be a man.
But there are things that naturally come to men. So when you say we're just redefining what being a man is, you have to understand you're redefining a fabric in society that has kept the human race and got it to where it is today. So just like aimlessly throwing out, oh, well, we're just redefining what it is to be a man, that's not just like a light subject that we should be talking about.
But why do we have to stay the same? Why do we need to have the same thing for hundreds of years?
Do you not see the state
It's not the same thing. It's just keeping the same qualities.
But do you see the state of our world today? It's not perfect.
This person believes the Earth is 7,000
throughout
years
all
old.
of history, and look where it's gone.
So we're talking about redesigning what it means to be a man. So what do you want to bring to traditional men?
I think it's embracing that you can be vulnerable. I think that a lot of men want to portray strength, but men are people, and I know that men have feelings.
Being a man and masculine.
Listen, I say this as a lefty guy myself. I actively seek out ways to portray more strength. Because, you know, like it or not, regardless of the social spaces I exist in, broader society does value these things. There's a reason why men who go to the gym and get ripped are by default more sexually valued, okay? Our society in every way rewards being a conventionally attractive man or woman, particularly if you're a tall, conventionally attractive man. Society benefits you in every way. I don't know why conservatives feel the need to like deny this when at the same time they'll like turn around and say attractive women have it easy on Twitch and YouTube. And it's like, yeah, they do have it easy on Twitch and YouTube. Just like tall, attractive men have it easy in like fields that have much more effect on the world that aren't niche like Twitch streaming or YouTube. And they'll be like, no, that's just because of random other things we don't need to worry about. We don't need to acknowledge those factors. We don't need to acknowledge those socioeconomic factors around why women don't generally pursue STEM fields as much. It's so annoying. It's so much backward. It's so many circles. I get tired of arguing against the same points over and over again. But I will admit, when you argue against the same points over and over and over and over again, and they never really change that much, except for aesthetically, you get really good at arguing against them. It's really easy to practice.
Those are two different things. And I believe that we can redefine whatever that means to anybody by including other types of men or other types of masculinity. I myself am a father. I have a child. Some people would disagree with me being a father because I am transgender. But that being said, I present to the world as male. My child sees me as a man.
There's proper ways to be vulnerable, right? You don't have to break down in front of your family.
He said
and cry.
a transgender.
Well. Strong men, I believe, exude the qualities that you guys are referring to. I think the problem is overcorrection, right? Some people believe that men need to cry and lay on the ground and be feminine like women. My name is Brandon. I'm 34 years old. And I'm a conservative man. I had a lot of curiosities about what it's like to be a person who believes that they're a trans man. You know, I feel like God has created all of us very uniquely. Although I have beliefs and I follow the Bible to the T, I still want to know from other people.
Listen, I said this to Lonnie this morning. Let me make my position on religion entirely clear, okay? I said this to Lonnie this morning. If I saw a ghost or anything like that, like just definitively something that is just unexplainable, along those lines, like a ghost or a demon or like a fucking skinwalker or a wendigo or some shit, I'm going to church the very next day, okay? Because I'm immediately assuming, oh, if that's real, then everything else is. Okay, yep, okay. Especially if it's ghosts. If ghosts are real, then souls are real, which kind of implies that, like, maybe Christianity's right. Listen, that is my position, all right? I'm not risking it, all right? If I end up seeing a fucking ghost and it's real, like, it's definitely real, and it's not like a psychotic break or anything, I'm going to church and I'm like, yeah, okay, all right, looks like they were right. Fuck, they got me. I stand corrected.
People, what their experiences are. Doesn't mean I have to agree, but I really want to know what other people are feeling from the person who's experiencing it in real time.
Pascal's wager,
I
yep.
have male privilege.
Oh, so I've lived both lives, and I can tell you firsthand that it does exist. I am taken much more seriously in my career since I transitioned as a man. Prior to transitioning, I would work just as hard, if not harder, for the same position and not be considered. The minute that I transition, I am
back with the
more
cringe
seriously.
takes
I can give you an
again.
example. Obviously, with COVID, there's like the mask mandate, right? So I have to tell customers all the time, I need to view up your nose, right? All day. My manager, who's above me, who is a woman, will have to go to them, tell them they give her a fight. But the minute I just look in their direction, it's up. It doesn't seem like a privilege, but it is, because now my manager has to work 3 times harder for something that's so simple.
I think the word privilege is the thing that turns a lot of people off with this conversation. But that being said, again, myself living my life as a female, pretty much half my life, and then now half my life as a man. There is no way I could not be honest about the fact that my life has changed drastically. Also being a white man, that's also a conversation a lot of people don't want to have. But I have privilege of being white and privilege also of being a man now. I can walk into any room and command that room
Buck's
in a heartbeat
having
because people
Buck's
just do
having
that
the good
with men.
take.
And I think
Never
the thing
mind.
is that biological men
Wait,
are
Buck's
born
having the
into
good
that
take.
space, so they'll never ever see it. Why do we now, as women who have become men, get to have this thing? It's 100% because we are men. We look like men. Nobody would ever know. No one would ever know that we used to be women. So it's actually a real lived experience.
Based.
So
never mind. I'm sorry I called him Buck the Cuck. Now I feel bad. Though he did get cucked by, I believe, Lana Wachowski.
With a lot of what you all are saying as far as like transitioning, but as a black man, privilege looks way different for me, because if I'm walking down the street, then I'm seen as a threat by police, by women, by anybody else. Being seen as a man is where my privilege stops and where everything else begins. So I don't see it as privilege.
Okay, I got a lot to say about this topic here.
Oh,
First of all,
God, I know
we have
you
to be
do.
transparent and honest with each other. You know, I think that not everybody on this side presents 100% like a man. Like if I saw you in the streets, I wouldn't think you were a man. You know, men have it really hard in this world.
Bull fucking shit. Are you fucking serious? If I saw you in the street, I wouldn't think you were a man. Are you fucking serious? If you saw these guys walking down the street, you would immediately go, nah, that's not a dude. You'd immediately assume trans? Really? You'd immediately assume trans man. I'm a lefty, and I've never seen a trans guy in real life. And I'm certain that I have. I just didn't know. Okay? You aren't out here clocking trans dudes rocking beards and a six-pack, okay? Relax, buddy. Relax.
Presents 100% like a man. Like if I saw you in the streets, I wouldn't think you were a man. You know, men have it really hard in this world, and they've always had it hard in this world. The wars have been fought by men.
Listen, chat, I'm going to be honest with all of you. I think I'm going to have to pull a Destiny and block all the trans people on Twitter, okay? And not for a reason that you would expect, okay? I had to learn a word today, okay? Because of an argument 2 trans people had in my comments section, okay? One trans girl called another trans girl, and I kid you not, and I quote, a gigapassoid. And I had to Google what that was. And all I could do was just do that thing where I pinch my nose. And then they went back and forth calling each other the F slur for a while. And I had to ban them both from my comment section. I wanted to tweet that joke about me having to block all trans people because of that interaction, but I knew I couldn't tweet that. I knew I had to make the joke on stream for the context to make sure I didn't get memed, but yeah, fucking gigapassoid, Jesus. I learned something new every day.
Died in the hundreds of thousands. Men commit suicide more. Men work more dangerous jobs. You know, if somebody broke in this place right now, who are they going to expect to defend everybody in here is going to be the men. If your family fails, they're not looking at your wife. They're looking at the man. You know, I just want people to understand that there's some advantages that men have, and then also men do struggle in custody and all kinds of different things.
100%.
Basically, I think a gigapassoid is a girl that's like a trans girl that's unclockable, I guess.
I 100% agree with you as a man now, right? But I think my perception of it is different than yours because you were born male, you were raised male, you have a whole other space in that, and I totally respect your opinion on that, and I believe that that is a true lived experience as a born man.
Yeah, and let me add with the black man because we have a total different reality in that. I don't, in no way, form, or fashion do I
Put
go
it back in the deck, buddy.
I think I command presence when I go into.
Put it back in the deck. Come on. You can put it back in the deck. We knew you were going to do it, but you can put the race card back in the deck.
Room because the way I'm dressed and I'm tall. I go in the streets. I've never had a person cross the street. I've never been attacked by a police officer. I was a police officer. You know, I've been pulled over probably 3 times in my entire life.
I mean, my biggest question with this and why I don't necessarily agree with it is because when it comes to privilege, there's not really a way to quantify it. It's very subjective. So like your version of male privilege and your version of male privilege are very different.
So it's hard to see the other side because you never lived it. The difference between you and us is we see it because we've lived it. You have not. So it's easy to speak and be like, well, it doesn't exist. Well, how would you know?
Well, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I think everybody has certain privileges, but what I think the question here is what defines male privilege over women? Because women have privileges too. Right. So is there a graph that you guys are calculating to make men have more than women or what?
The privilege is not acknowledging what you have that comes so easy.
So do you think that your fear, because you live both sides, do you think your fear is something that you have in your mind, or you think it's a reality? Because no, let me say this: you never really
looks like a Beavis and Butthead character.
So you have the same physical capabilities that you did when you were a woman.
No.
You don't?
No, my strength is entirely different.
Well, what percentage would you say?
More than 100%. I weigh
so
like 100 pounds.
But you're still not probably as strong as me.
But it's not about strength. It's that women are targeted. Men are not targeted. I mean, maybe sometimes. When I say it's never going to happen.
They're targeted by other men.
Right. But women are targeted by other men. I think women have less of a safe space.
I disagree. Men don't have a safe space.
Yeah, but like, that's true. But it's because men tend to be less careful. And they tend to be the victim of like violent and like more so like theft and muggings. Women are exponentially more likely to be the victim of rapes, you know? So like the rape, the getting creeped on and raped scenario is like the scary thing. Plus like there are certain societal phenomena that you have to account for despite the fact that they're not statistically significant, right? Like serial killers are not a statistically significant concern to have. And yet we care about them and we make our media about them because the concept of a serial killer is so frightening. And there is a non-existent chance, you know, there isn't a non-existent chance that you'll be killed by a serial killer with no cause or means. You know, they just, you know, maybe you leave your window open in the middle of the night and they creep into your bedroom, and just stab you to death in your sleep and you never wake up that morning. It could happen, you know, and you listen to you know, movies and videos about that kind of stuff and it encourages that fear, right? In that same way, there's a lot of fear about mass shootings. They're statistically quite common here in America, but not actually like so common that you should be scared going into school every day. But, you know, people still are. A lot of people still are.
Space. If you go to certain,
but I'm talking about
hell, planes. I'm terrified of flying on planes, but they're safer to be in a car. Being on a commercial airline is literally one of the safest places you can be, especially as far as transport goes. And yet I'm terrified the whole time. And a lot of people are because, you know, just because you're statistically safer, you know, doesn't mean that you're not scared because human emotion is not a logical thing. We're not, what are they called? Vulcans? We're not literally Vulcans. We're humans. Dean Winchester is scared of flying in planes. Oh, you watch Supernatural. I forgot. That's fucking based. Yeah, we love Supernatural here, okay? Lonnie's never seen it, but I'm going to make her watch it one day. I think she'll like it.
They get murdered.
Okay, but I'm not talking about certain cities. I'm talking about everyday life.
Yeah, every day.
Not
I think that's a
have you been attacked as a woman?
I have. I've been raped. I've been attacked. I can go on and on. I was homeless, living in the streets, raped all the time. It happens. It's a real thing. I didn't see the guys on the street getting raped, but
men do get raped.
100%. But the experience of
you get cats going down the street.
We got dark.
I mean, women say things to me when I was a police officer.
Do you feel threatened? You feel empowered though, right?
No, I don't feel empowered.
But do you feel scared? Do you feel threatened when a woman catcalls you?
No, I don't.
Listen, all right, I'm going to be completely honest with you here. I'm sure women have catcalled Brandon Tatum. And I don't want to minimize any discomfort he might have felt with that experience. And making this argument almost puts any progressive person into a trap because they're more or less forced to minimize the experience of one person being sexually harassed to compare to another. But they're doing that to begin with, so you kind of have to in order to argue your point. Like otherwise you have to concede. Otherwise, like, it's either look like an asshole or concede. That's more or less like all you can do. Chill on the vape. How about you chill on my dick? Because you've been sucking it for a while. You know, why don't you take a break and suck on my balls for a little bit? You know, my head could use a little bit of a break. As I was saying, like, let's be real. when a random dude catcalls a woman on the street, it is no doubt more frightening for her than when a random woman calls out this 6'3" fucking hunkalunk, all right? I imagine he feels significantly less threatened than a woman would in the vast majority of scenarios, okay? I'm just going to take a wild guess.
But I don't feel threatened if a man try to challenge.
Because you have that male privilege. Right, as a woman.
What if a man was whistling at you when you were walking down the street?
I've had it happen to me. I had gay men whistle to me.
How does that make you feel?
I don't care.
Okay, cool.
I mean, as long as you don't touch me, we cool.
Right.
You might think I'm attractive, that's fine. It's cool.
I think women will say the same thing as long as they're not like trying to be predatory. And I've seen it because I go to clubs with my friends who are girls, and I have to tell the men to literally leave them alone because they keep going and they're predatory and they're literally scouting out women that are drunk or whatever, not even drunk. She could say no 1,000 times and they're still gonna bother her. But the minute that I say something, they stop.
Women are not as strong as men and they get targeted. Sure, yes, that is a privilege that men have over women, but that doesn't mean that men have privilege because of that one situation. Men commit suicide way more than women do.
Because hey, why do men commit suicide more, buddy? You wanna talk about that?
Because if we're going to go that route, trans men commit suicide twice the rate.
That's not I think what's important here is to distinguish the fact that, yes, no one is negating the fact that women get preyed on.
They'll never go down that road. Always push them on that. Always ask them why. Conservative ideology literally can't withstand questions. You can win. It won't look optically like the best as like just coming out with dunks, but you can reliably win every debate with a conservative by asking questions. Just keep asking questions and eventually they'll fold. And fact check their answers in real time, and eventually you'll catch them on a lie.
You know,
because either they have to lie, pull shit out of their ass, or they just eventually have to fold and admit that, you know, I can't answer that question. You know, they'll have to fold.
There's situations where this happens, right? Like, no one's going to deny that. But we're also just trying to say that it's not like a one-sided coin here, where there's no like men are just, you know, we just have it good and we can do whatever we want. We can't even be the next Supreme Court justice. It's like,
but you know, again, I live as a man, so I see the difference. Yeah. When I said I have privilege and I walk into a room, of course, but then there's other things that are expected of me now as a man that I would never knew were expected.
So would
of
you guys agree that there's such thing as female privilege?
Oh, sure, 100%.
Sure,
my wife has privilege because she has me.
That's right.
So
listen, there is female privilege. I actually believe that. Is it systemic? In some ways it is. White women have a decent amount of systemic privilege due to some instances of affirmative action. They favored wealthy white women particularly. But yeah, there's certain areas, you know, like especially in dating and when it comes to sex, obviously women have it a little easier there. Maybe not in finding a good life partner. Finding a good life partner is always going to be difficult for everybody. But in finding a partner or a sexual partner, it is always going to be easier for, an average looking woman than even, I would say even a good looking guy. And I'd even push it further, but I'm trying to be generous here. I mean, there are certain areas, but like at the end of the day, men hold the vast majority of the wealth. Men hold the vast majority of positions of power. Men seem to basically control the world, outside of a very select few instances in which women have like some privilege, which should be acknowledged. I don't really see why it should act as a counter argument against the would gluttony be a good term of it? Gluttony? The multiplicity of examples of oppression that women face in society to this day.
You don't have to worry about her safety because I'm there.
I don't believe that as a man, it's like, you know, there's marketing for women-owned brands. Like I said, I can't be the next Supreme Court justice. Like women are very much more empowered today, which I think is, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, like, good for you. But I think that the man I probably have privilege because I'm, 6'2", 10". Like no one's picking on me when I walk down the street. You know, I used to live in Chicago and I used to walk home all the time at night, but like, was that smart? Probably not, but I felt a little safe because, I'm not 5 foot, 100 pounds. I'm Max, I'm 29, and I'm a conservative man. In today's society, women and men can be whatever
like Joe
they want
Rogan.
and be as successful or strong or as big of a leader as they choose. So I'm just wondering, in a society that is so
we're not looking for we're not trying to mold the systems to the extent that they're entirely like equal as they stand, at least not at this moment. I mean, that's pretty unrealistic of an expectation. Maybe if that was viable, that'd be a good world to have. I don't see why not if it was, doable. But as far as like our modern day society, what we argue for as like, I'm not going to call myself a feminist, but what we argue for as progressives generally is just for an expansion of rights for everybody, for individuals to be able to pave their own path as they see fit. To do that, we have to acknowledge that there are systems of oppression that exist outside of what's written on paper. It's not just like, oh, women can legally do all these things. You also have to consider the social pressures and how those have effects, right? Because while on paper you have all the freedom in the world, if deterministically your outcome is going to like 99% of the time, end up being a certain outcome, do you really have freedom, right? Do women really have freedom to pursue whatever field they wish if they are heavily funneled into certain fields that are not STEM related? Does that freedom really exist if they don't have realistically the same amount of access to those, those fields as a man would, or as a young boy would growing up? Like, when you look at it through a deterministic lens, no, it's not real freedom.
Seemingly more level than ever before. Why are we transitioning to different genders to find, and what are we looking for?
Biology determines gender.
Oh boy.
So,
oh boy,
sex and gender, people try to argue that they're different, but sex and gender have to go hand in hand. And our biology, being a man, comes down to every fiber within our body. So whether that be DNA, chromosomes.
Wait, I'm trying to figure out what is going on here. Are the people who sit in the right chairs, like the chairs on the right, are they taking the conservative side of it, or the no side? Or is it the people sitting the ones who agree with the statement? How does it work? I assume it's the conservative guys on the right, trans dudes on the left, and then whoever sits down are people who agree with the statement. Okay.
Testosterone levels, bone density. There's a whole bunch of different factors that go into it, and it all has to do with biology.
So biology, I 100% believe in biology. Today we talk about biology being a...
I want to say, by the way, it is really hilarious how just completely in the wrong they are. Like, I wish they would just, like, pop up, like, I don't know, like a fucking American Academy of Pediatrics, or like an American fucking medical, or APA, what is it? American Medical Association, AMA, I think it is, the AMA. Like, any just reputable source on what gender is and whatnot, like, and it disagrees with the takes they're having here. Like, literally, it's not hard to find, like, reputable sources that debunk this take. I do feel like it's almost irresponsible to not have a little disclaimer factoid thing pop up to warn the audience. Also, YouTube didn't even tag this video with, like, a thing about it. Wait, they got a pin section for the different questions. Oh, shit. Hey, since this is already getting pretty long, let's skip to the parts that we actually find most interesting. Oh, fuck. We're at 18. Children should be allowed to transition. Oh, fuck. This is a good one. All right, we're going to watch this one.
Should be allowed to transition.
Well, I was going to say, I find it very interesting that you and I are the only ones that stepped up, especially since we're younger. And
you should allow children to feel what they feel, because I felt the way that I felt for as long as I can remember, and it's something that I cannot deny.
Yeah.
Although my mother is supportive, when I was younger, I wasn't allowed to wear boys' clothes because that wasn't right. Now I know we're talking about transitioning. It doesn't always have to be hormones. It's like transitioning in society, so being able to dress more masculine.
Yeah.
I did when I was younger, but as I got into middle school, kids change, people are mean, so I dressed how I would in society, so I dress like a girl, whatever, but I think that children should be allowed to express themselves in whatever way makes them feel comfortable.
Yeah. Kids are struggling to be who they are, and there's more rates of suicide for trans individuals because there's literally being laws put in place to prevent them from being who they are, and that's not right. That's not right.
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay, so I work with children. This is where I have like the biggest problem with the trans stuff is with the children because people like
Gilbert.
would agree, inject them with the hormones to stop their puberty, normal puberty.
No. Oh god, this dude's name is fucking Gilbert. Oh brother. Oh no. Oh god. Dude, if you hate somebody or you disagree with them and then you find out their name is Gilbert, goldfish sounding ass. Dude, do you remember the Gilbert the Goldfish commercials? Like, where I remember they got, like, there would be, like, a constant arc that would continue with each commercial, and, like, a new one would come out each couple months, and there was, like, the part where they'd be stuck in, like, in the vacuum. It was, like, every time they released a new goldfish type, a new character would come along to help them out of the situation, and it was the new goldfish type, and their flavor would in some way help them, I guess. I remember there was an arc where they got trapped in a vacuum. Dude, goldfish go hard. Those commercials were good. I hope they're still a thing. I need Xan to debate Gilbert, please, for the love of God and everything. Listen, I'll just send Gilbert a video of me peeing into a jar and throwing it off of a bridge, okay? It's the ultimate power move.
Haven't developed the prefrontal cortex yet, and you want to stop their natural puberty from occurring to affirm their gender, and then later on they regret it. I think that's not a good thing.
See, that's why this is a loaded question, because transition can mean many things for children. Now, I totally, as a transsexual person, disagree with giving children hormone blockers, medication, surgery, but what I do...
On February 22nd, 2022, Texas Governor Greg Abbott called for the medical treatments for transgender teens to be classified as child abuse. Wait, why are you showing this? Wait, why would you show this and not the, like, consensus of like, academic and medical, like, agreement that hormone blockers are safe for kids? Jubilee. Why?
Agree with is socially transitioning, which means what? Because I did that, okay? And I did that in the 60s and 70s. My parents dressed me like Buck. I was a boy. You know, I didn't have any problems because I just lived, we used to call it tomboy, right? So that was totally, and I went through puberty and I did all the things. I do not believe children can make those choices, and I do not believe it's okay and ethical for a parent to make those choices for a child. But I do believe gender dysphoria exists in children. I had it, 100% it's there. But to give medication to a child is so unethical to me that you would actually, exactly what you said, you're stunting brain growth, you're stunting all of these things. They don't have enough research on it. So I'm in agree.
It's been researched for decades. Also, there's no evidence that it stunts brain growth. No strong evidence, at least. There's been, like, about as much evidence that it stunts brain growth as much as there's evidence that the vaccine is dangerous. So take with that what you will. I mean, like, it really is just anti-intellectualism. They haven't done their... Is that even the right intellectualism? I guess? I don't know. Like, it really just... They haven't done their research. They're pulling these takes out of their asses. And you know how I know? It's because I've done the research and I had the same take as them once. And that take was a take based on intuition. And their opinions and their arguments are entirely appeals to intuition, okay? They want you to feel a certain way for that feeling to immediately give you a snap judgment and opinion on that issue, and for you to not question that opinion or do further research to challenge it. That is what they are encouraging with this take and with this argument.
With transitioning medically for children is not okay for me, but I do believe in a social space.
When you say a social transition, it's interesting to me because we can't control what happens in a social situation.
That's right.
So to me, and we talked about suicide rates among young trans people, this whole ideology is telling people to derive their value off of what somebody else is saying about them, or what somebody else affirms to them. So we say that, you know, society is the problem and we're not allowing people to be who they are, and that's why they're committing suicide, but maybe it has to do with the messaging that we're sending to these kids, that you derive your value from if somebody uses your correct pronoun, or you derive your value if you can, if this person accepts you for wearing a dress.
Dude. It's just, we'd like to be treated well. That's all it is. This has been how it's been this whole time. Oh, someone calling you a word upsets you so much that you have to advocate against it? Oh, like this guy is so stupid. I can make so many racism comparisons here. Like, I feel like this guy's, well, he's a conservative, so of course he's a racist, but still, like, so many racism comparisons, right? Like, why do you care so much that people call you the N-word? It's like, okay, obviously everyone should have the freedom to say whatever they want, but, like, we should advocate in our society for politeness, I think. I think there's a difference between outlawing impoliteness and encouraging and incentivizing politeness. And I think the latter is a good thing.
Be who you are, but tell them to be empowered about it and not get that empowerment from somebody else.
I feel like that's really kind of inconsiderate to say that someone would take their life because of what someone else says. To somebody, that is important. To somebody, I now have friends who, their family does not use the correct pronouns and they transition, and they live in the same household. This person struggles with depression and anxiety. Could you imagine living in an environment like that where you're no longer validated? That's coming from your own parents.
But if you base your validation off of other people, this is a hard truth, but if your sole validation...
I would love to see, like, what this guy's upbringing was like. How much do you want to bet that this guy has extremely supportive parents? Or at the very least, or how much do you want to bet this guy's, like, parents just are an issue in some way? Like, because there's got to be some survivorship bias here, right? Because you never, or maybe, is this guy a conservative pundit? Is this guy like a somebody that I don't know about? Does this guy have like 60 or 70,000 subs on YouTube and like rake in 100K a year on Patreon making conservative content that I don't know about? Because I always find with these Jubilee videos, they're bringing in these media-trained people that know what they're doing when it comes to the conservative side, and I rarely recognize who they bring in for the left-wing side. Like the only person on the left-wing side I recognize here is Buck Angel. I mean, that isn't saying much, is it?
I could give everyone thinks about me. I do what I want. But for everyone, that's not the case because everybody has different personalities.
Right, but that doesn't make it any. That doesn't mean that.
But still, what you're not acknowledging though is that in that environment, it's not supported.
I'm acknowledging that. I'm just saying that we're saying that for some reason they should look for that validation from somebody else.
When you love somebody and you have a family, you want them to.
The fact that 3 of the conservatives are wearing suits is kind of maybe tipping me off to maybe these guys aren't just random nobodies off the streets.
Focusing not on the individual, you're focusing on the people outside of that individual. I'm focusing on empowering that individual.
But part of being a person is
stop tapping your fucking lapel mic.
I get my validation from within, and then
right. But if we're talking about children, okay, if we're talking, okay, I was an 8-year-old when I found out that I wasn't biologically male, right? I was 8 when I found out that I wasn't the same as my brothers, okay? And so going through that process, I attempted suicide 4 times because my mother was like, well, you are a girl. When you're 8 and you're 12 and you don't have anyone else that is in your space, when you don't have anyone else that lives in the same house as you to tell you you're okay, where are you supposed to go? How are you supposed to garner your own self-validation if the people that are raising you don't?
Here, this is actually very heartfelt and a very good argument, but I'm actually going to interject with some stats as well. The overwhelming, and by this I mean there is no studies that argue against this. No studies and no data have been found to argue against this statement. For over a decade this has been studied, okay? With the support of a single parent or friend, just one, the rate of suicide, suicidal ideation, depression, and self-harm in trans people drops by an average of 70%. An average of 70%. It's in the 70s. I'm not spot on to warn you guys. I'm not spot on this percentage. It is in the 70s though, I'm pretty sure. It is a significant percentage if just one family member or one close friend offers support to a trans person, especially if they're under 18. It is significant, okay? Now, you can make all sorts of prescriptive arguments about how, well, you shouldn't be affected so much by what others think of you. Yeah, sure, fine, whatever. But if we look at the way the world really works, people seem to be affected by this. It seemed like we should want to lower suicide rates. You mentioned men's suicide rates before. We should want to lower suicide rates. We should want to lower the rate of trans depression and suicidal ideation and self-harm. I assume these are things you agree are a problem. The data suggests that things like conversion therapy and just being the gender you were assigned at birth don't fix the problem. Transitioning seems to be a safe and effective and wholly agreed upon solution to these problems. Why are you holding back, if not for some partisan bias you have that's blocking your judgment?
Don't validate who you are.
As a father, my duty is to raise my children the way I believe is right. And if my child somehow struggles with this, which is fine, we'll have that conversation. But I'm going to let it play out the way I believe it should be played out. And at 18 years old, you can do whatever you want to do. If you don't want to wear dresses, that's fine. I mean, just wearing, if you want to dress like a boy, don't make you want to be a boy. Don't mean you have to be a boy. My mom was a tomboy, and my mom had me and my brother, and she's a woman, and she lives like that. But you may want to dress a little different. Maybe a boy want to do cheerleading or something like that. But that don't mean you need to transition to something else. So I want that to play out.
Sometimes
so my child is old enough
does.
to make that decision on their own. Also, you have to teach your children to have balance, because if you just want mommy and daddy to acquiesce to everything you want, that's not reality. You have to understand that mom and dad may not see me this way. They love me. I see myself this way, and I disagree with how they speak to me or how they're, but I love them as well. I love, like my son, if he said that he was, and I'm a Christian and I don't believe in homosexuality. I don't. I respect anybody that feels
I don't believe in homosexuality. I love how they're so fucking stupid that just their wording of everything is so backwards and dumb and dog whistly. I don't believe in homosexuality. What does that mean? You don't believe in Santa? You don't believe that homosexuality happens? I'll listen, bro. I'll DM you some gay porn on Twitter in the DMs if you want. I'm not. It's not my favorite pastime, but I can do that if you want to have that statement disproved. We can do that on stream if you want me to disprove that homosexuality isn't real. I mean, unless you need to see it happen in front of you, in which case I can find maybe some people that might be able to engage in some acts in front of you. But I assure you, homosexuality is real. If by you don't believe in it, you mean I'm dog whistling and I mean I'm a homophobe, but I don't want to say it because I know what it sounds like, then yeah, you are actively arguing for the restriction of other people's rights. You can't argue that you are the one engaging in activism for freedom.
If my son came to me, it would be a struggle for me to want to go to his wedding. I'm just going to be honest. But I think that my son should understand this is the way my dad feels. I love him. This is the way I feel, and we have mutual love. And that don't mean I hate you. That just mean we disagree. And I wish that same sentiment would be, and I think it's the same on this panel. Like, there's no hate in any of this. Right. I love every single person on this side, and we may think of things differently, but we love each other. It can't be one-sided.
I'm lucky. I'm 41, and I'm a trans man. One of my greatest fears as a trans man is my life being taken from me because I'm a trans man. Transitioning in a black neighborhood with gang members as neighbors, they weren't having that. So the more that my body started to look a lot like theirs, I was challenged on a regular basis. I was beaten up because someone recognized me from prior to my transition. And approached me and confronted me and called me a liar and told me I was a bitch. And I, out of safety, was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And they cold cocked me, and I lost a front tooth.
I grew up.
Listen, Apillo did a really good video on homophobia and transphobia in the black community. It's really good. Go watch it. Exclamation point Apillo in chat.
Up with a positive father figure.
This is good.
I think for me it's surprising because I would believe that a woman who, or a person who's born as a woman who now identifies as a man, didn't have a positive role model as a man, and therefore they felt somewhat insecure as a woman, which makes them, feel a certain way and want to be a certain different person. Maybe they want to be the man that their father never was, or whatever the case may be. And so it was very interesting. I mean, being honest, it was interesting to see pretty much a majority of you guys come forward.
That's so great. I think that's really important that you say that, because I do think a lot of people probably feel that way about guys like me, right? That our fathers we didn't have the right upbringing. My father was amazing. I grew up being like a little boy. I always felt like a little boy. My parents actually raised me, and I'm 59 years old, so that was in the 60s.
Listen, if they ask the question, I have a good relationship with my mom, all the conservative guys would be standing, okay?
And the 70s when we didn't even talk about this kind of stuff, but my parents actually felt it from me. So I think that that's a misconception that people think about people like us.
Any good father pushes their child to feel self-love and to feel like they can be who they want, do what they want, and have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? Like our founding
it's true. You guys know.
It's fatherlessness or having a missing dad is one, a pandemic on its own, and it's one that obviously I'm sure Brandon can attest to. It's so critical to have a father in the house because kids get lost when they don't have one, and having a father that's loving and strong and someone you can rely on is.
It's very mean to run them on 1.5 speed.
I had several different father figures in my life, so it wasn't, I had a dad, but then I had my grandfather and I had my uncle. It takes a village to raise a child, right? But all of those different perspectives raised me as a well-rounded human. If we take the masculinity out of it, just as a human, I got to see different perspectives. And so now as a father that has given birth to a child, and that child being a male, right, I'm able to raise him with those same ideals that I'm able to identify because of the father figures that I had.
I didn't have my father growing up. He was not present in my life at all. So it showed me that some men can step up, like my grandfather and my stepfather, who have taken me in and showed me how to take care of myself, how to be, strong and dependable. And all I've been able to do is give more love to all people that I interact with.
Right.
So it was really important for me to have those figures.
I think this is a really important thing to show people that are watching this, because a lot of times I feel like we can blame any issues in society or anything that arises on the generation that came before us. So any issues that arise in our society, it's like, there's not always a reason why it's happening. We just need to address the issue and solve it.
I grew up with a lot of women. My parents were divorced and I lived with my mom. I had my aunts. So I was raised by women, but my dad was there sometimes, and then my stepdad took me in as his own, so I had my stepdad as a father figure.
I grew up with all women as well. My mom used to tell me I have to be your mom and your dad. So there'd be times where I got both. She was super sweet with me or really strict on me, and she taught me
the abusive aunt stereotype.
It taught me a lot of vulnerability.
When you were talking to me, I relate to you very well. But yeah.
I'm Jacob. I'm 27 years old.
The shoe fits.
So the relation with my dad and how unsupportive he is has been a challenge for me, but it's something that I've learned to grow past. And I encourage everyone that even if you don't have a parent who is supportive, to still be authentically yourself, because your life is meant to be lived for you. And I think that choosing my happiness above all else has made my life that much better, and I wouldn't change anything. Even though he wasn't supportive, I still wouldn't have him here.
Based.
Listening to all your guys' points, I would definitely say, yeah, I did have a father figure. He was in the Marines, and he has this very toxic masculinity mindset. A lot of anger built up that I can definitely tell he suppressed, in the Marines, because that's what he was taught to do. That's what the Marines are about. He always carried that with him, and I think that's what he tried to instill in me and my siblings at a very young age, which made it hard for me to be vulnerable with myself. And I just saw a lot of anger issues that were, very violent sometimes. And since coming out as trans, I feel like he's been more willing to understand me more and trying to figure out who I am as a person. And because of that, I feel like our relationship has definitely got a lot stronger since then.
I can't imagine if it was come home and then try to be vulnerable after suppressing so much pain and hurt for years. So it's good to hear that he's learning and kind of evolving and opening up. That's something where you guys are talking about vulnerability, right?
Cat is meowing outside the thing.
There's times when it's good to be hard.
I don't show emotion as much as I'd like.
I definitely have sensed and noticed since transitioning that being on testosterone has made me cry less, which is very interesting because I believe before I transitioned and started taking testosterone, I feel like not being able to cry as much, it makes me feel like, I'm like, damn, I wish I could cry right now, but it's not gonna happen. I'm Gibby and I'm a trans man. Before
Gibby?
transitioning, I
no, but okay, that's okay. Hold on. Fucking based. Fucking based. Because he picked his own name. Because you know he picked his own name. And he was like, yeah, fucking Gibby. The biggest Chad from iCarly. You know he named himself after Gibby from iCarly. The age range, it fits, okay? What a Chad. What a fucking Chad. I just heard jet noises and shit my pants. Hey, listen. If you're not doing that once a year, if you don't shit yourself once a year, you're not challenging yourself enough. And you're a fucking pussy.
Lesbian, but since transitioning, I've been able to be more comfortable with my sexuality. I've definitely seen on like dating apps and stuff, a lot of conservative men fetishizing trans individuals. And it's interesting because a lot of the time they say that they don't identify as gay or, you know, within the community, and yet they're fetishizing my community.
So I don't know about you guys, but I always speak my mind. If I feel a certain way, I'll tell somebody, and that probably cost me a lot of relationships, but that's just how I am. So
I don't think there's anything wrong with, I know we talked about vulnerability, you know, a long time ago. I don't think there's anything wrong with being vulnerable. I think, like we said, there's times and places for it, knowing when it's okay to be vulnerable and being self-aware of that, and then, you know, being strong when you need to, and being sad, you know, when it's appropriate. But I certainly am not as vulnerable or not as emotional as probably I should, just because it's not something that I always do growing up. But I don't.
I
feel
agree
like
with this. I'm not as emotional as I probably should be.
Yeah, that's great. You look at
least
look
not in a
like that,
positive
because I
way.
believe for me, like my personal experiences, like because I was one, you know, to transition at a very young age, and my dad being in the military, being a veteran, he would see me being vulnerable at times, and he'd be like, "Well, don't you want to be a man?" And that would make me feel like, "Oh, am I not supposed to be vulnerable
At least
anymore?
once
Now
a
that
year,
I'm,
Queef
you know,
Jerky.
gonna
Amazing
transition."
name, by the way.
And it was just like very hard for me because, like I said earlier, it was hard for me to have that father figure at that time of my life.
You know, my process of, you know, digesting emotions is by myself, and I use that time to self-reflect. So if I'm feeling angry, or if I'm, you know, feeling really passionate about something, or whatever the emotion is, sometimes I pull back and I don't show that emotion because I'm reflecting on it and trying to understand why it's there. So I think a lot of times people can think men aren't showing enough emotion, but in reality they're just self-assessing why that emotion is there in order to see what it's trying to teach us.
Right. I think for when I was female, I was much more angry. I was just reactive, angry, like, "Arr." And then as I became a man, I cry more now as a man than I ever did as a woman. And I think it's because I'm at peace with myself. And so before I was just so angry about being a woman and everyone calling me she and seeing a girl, and I was a fashion model. So that really just took it to a whole other level. And then once I became a man, it was like, whoa, I can actually relax. And I think I do the same thing. I self-reflect on myself. I want to be this type of man that is more vulnerable and that is more accessing my own emotions.
It's so bizarre seeing him jump between saying he's a man and he's not a real biological man, like constantly, like back and forth. It's very jarring. It's like, because he holds the position that he's valid as a man and he ought to be treated as such, but he doesn't hold the more radical position that gender and sex aren't the same thing. And so as far as gender goes, he's just as much of a man as a cis man. Maybe not biologically, or as far as biological sex goes, but as far as maybe actually, well, in most as much as it matters up to the point of genitals, really, and some internal sexual organs, Buck Angel is pretty, like, if we looked at sexual dimorphism, you'd probably say, yeah, it's a dude, like, for most of them, like even then, right? It's really bizarre how he reconciles these two positions that don't really fit. Like he needs to adopt the more progressive position that sex and gender aren't the same thing for his current position to even be defendable. And I can see he's struggling to defend his position in this debate thing because he doesn't have the same position as us based lefties.
Thank you, everyone.
Right on. Thank you.
That's cool. That's cool.
We did it, chat. We survived. We survived, chat. We didn't die of cringe, which is quite common with Jubilee videos. God damn, 7.04 million subscribers on Jubilee's YouTube channel. That is horrifying, frankly, because they really need to start more responsibly platforming these ideas. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like both on the stream and on the video when it goes up on a segment. It helps out the video, the channel, and me a lot more than you even realize. Just hitting the like button. It takes half a second. Do it right now. It really does help. Seriously, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. And of course, if you want to follow my social media, it's all linked down below, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and my fan Discord. And of course, if you want to support me financially, you can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub over on my website. You can super chat, gift a sub, or become a channel member over on YouTube. As well as, I believe you can donate through Streamlabs and pledge me on Patreon. I do have really exciting plans for the Patreon coming up. In fact, maybe today, since I do have the day off, and maybe Balth and Ethan will be up for it. I mean, not the day off. I'm going to be free for the day after stream. Maybe I'll record the first thing of it, but I want to both... I'm going to be doing a thing with my mom where I have her watch all the MCU movies. She's never watched an MCU movie except for Spider-Man No Way Home. And so I want to make her watch them all in order, record our reactions to it, and set up one of those things where you have to like queue up your legal copy with our reaction. And it would be like accessible on Patreon. And you guys could pay to see like me with my mom and her reacting to Marvel movies for the first time. But what I want to record today and start getting working on is, and this could be a good use for the OnlyZans channel, would be me, Ethan, and Balthazar triple commentating a reaction to all of Adventure Time. We'd have to do it obviously in segments and whatnot, but it's one of my favorite childhood shows, and Ethan hasn't seen it in a long time, and Balthazar has never seen it. You want in on this, Pillow? You want in on this shit, Pillow? You be down to be on a few bits of it? Yeah, maybe we'll bring you in for some of it. Yeah, Ethan's not seen a lot of it, seen most of it, and hasn't seen the bits he has seen in a long time, and Balthazar's going in essentially blind, except for what I've said about it to him, which isn't much. And I think it'll be interesting because it's one of my favorite shows growing up, and I have a lot to say about it, okay? Because I'm quite passionate about it, so it'll be quite interesting. So consider pledging to me on Patreon so you get access to that as soon as it goes live. That will be down in the description. No matter how you support me, though, I really do appreciate it. Thank you all so much for watching, and have a good one. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Let me go see if my cat needs help to get inside, because Lonnie might have accidentally left her locked out. And, yeah. Well, the cat's okay. Cat's just laying on the bed. She's not locked out or anything. Must be like a dog outside or something. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, chat. I acquired with the fuck it. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I inquired what the canine was up to, and I did not figure anything out. Apparently, Mr. Girl got banned from Twitch. That's a Mr. Girl moment right there. That's a Mr. Girl joking about little girl's panties moment right there. That's what that is. That's what that is right there. Oh god, my mustache is all itchy. I need to trim it. All right. It does not appear. Let's see. Does not appear that we've missed anything. So that's good. I'm glad nothing's happened, at least as far as I can tell. Did I miss any news? I've been live for almost 4.5 hours. I think in probably the next 10 minutes, assuming nothing horrible happens, and things remain chill and good, then I think I'll probably wrap up stream, because I have been live for nearly 4.5 hours. And I've been streaming for a long time the last few days, and
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Queef Jerky, one of my favorite names on the website now. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's $5 right now. We're at $74.69 out of the $300 dono goal. I have to admit, you guys have not reached the Sonic onesie goal in a hot minute, have you? Which is odd, because my viewer count has been uncharacteristically high. I don't know, it's weird. Ukrainian special forces are no longer going to take Russian artillerymen prisoner. We already saw that. That's old news. You didn't count the $150 super chat? Oh yeah, I guess that does count. I guess donations broadly do count, but I don't get that for 2 months because YouTube's a shit. Really no other way to say it other than YouTube is a shit. They piss and they shit themselves all day. And they cry. Cry like little baby. As they piss and they shit. Kherson just fell, apparently. I think that was already, like, more or less confirmed, but... yeah, we had that convo earlier. Kherson's been fallen, apparently. Alright, I hit up Ethan and Balthazar, asking if they were down for a recording thing for the thing today. How well spoken am I? Thing for the thing. Oh yeah, definitely a pillow. No, Ethan bitched out! Well, we'll have to do it without Ethan, I guess. That sucks. Ethan's always very fun to have in videos, but he's also extraordinarily flaky. It's probably a good idea we don't have Ethan on for that, because I will literally never be able to get episodes out. It is impossible to get him, reliably for anything, so it's probably better to do it with Balthazar instead, because Balthazar's always available. What time are you recording? Probably today, like after stream. I'll let you know. You know, I'll make it clear. Seems like things are chill. Oh my god, look how foggy it is in that Kyiv cam on the top right and the bottom right one too. Like it is just foggy as hell. That's good, right? That's got to be good for Ukraine. I mean, it's also good for Russia, I guess, because then their soldiers are a little obscured, but I mean, it's harder to bomb a city when it's foggy. At least a little bit, right? And it's harder to hit civilians when it's foggy. Or maybe it's easier to hit civilians when it's foggy if you're trying not to. I don't know. I find the way Xan types endearing. I'm trying to see if I can organize this with Ethan while we watch the cameras.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Hey, Mr. Krabs, thank you for the $12. Very appreciated. I'm gonna guess that was a media share link. We'll have to check that before I wrap up. Alden's ring. More like Alden's cock ring. A pillow, how about 1 hour from now? You gonna be free then? We'll say, for me it'll be 3:30. Next hour 30, basically, for you, is when we'll start it. I'll have to set everything up off stream. Obviously what we're doing won't be streamed, it'll be recorded, but yeah, it'll be a cool thing. All I know about the game is horse and conservatives mad about body type A and B. It'll be 6:30 for you? Okay, I want to do it for about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours if we have the time. So hopefully that's not going on for too late for you, Apillo. What day is it? Wednesday. Ah, it's a weekday. Ooh. We'll go on for as long as we can. We'll see. Alright, I mean, it seems like things are chill right now, at least on the cameras, and no crazy news has come out, so I think it's safe enough for me to end stream now, barring any crazy shit unfolding. In hindsight, I don't think it will. Let's hope not, because we like Ukraine, and we don't want anything bad to happen to the people of it. So, really quickly, I'm going to check media share, because I'm almost certain that Mr. Krabs donated one. There's no way Mr. Krabs donated without sending me a Sonic video. If they didn't, I will literally cry on stream. With joy, but yeah, that's what I expected. That's what I expected, of course there is. God damn it. Alright, let's watch this and wrap things up. I'm sorry, everybody. Oh, this is the one from yesterday. There we go. Now this is the one that Mr. Krabs donated. Oh my god, why is that coming through my... Oh, the music feels like it's crawling into my ears. What the fuck? What was that shit? Do I just have like absurdly good headphones or something? That is absurdly 90s. Or early 2000s, maybe. Okay, this one kind of bops. Okay. That one knows kind of hard. Have a good one, Bladder. Oh my god, it's Uganda and Knuckles. Listen, okay? I don't care what he did to those kids, alright? It bops. Sus. Copyright? Oh my god, you're right. Jesus. Listen, it's alright. It's okay. It's the end of the stream anyway. If it gets copyrighted, I have an excuse to never play one of Mr. Krabs' media shares again.
I need you.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Oh my god. Holy Maguire. Everyone knows the Bully Maguire dance by heart. If you say you don't, you're lying. All right, everybody. I love you all very much.
Welcome to
You're all
capitalism.
amazing. I'm going to fucking kill myself.
That's dandy. Ho ho, that's rich, I'll say. Now how about some color, stupid?
I hate that fucking noise. God, that fucking sound effect is used in so many videos.
Come on, you guys know I was just kidding, right?
I don't even know how you make the noise. It's something like that. I don't know. Some shit like that. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Horses, Hanses. Vosh is heaven. Vosh dies, wakes up in a field, and it's just a bunch of horses. All of them male. Oh yeah, I've seen that video where the earthquake happens while the girl's doing her makeup video. That was good. Yo, he killing it, bro.
Welcome to capitalism, my dude.
Mr. Krabs, stop. Thank you for the $5 though. That was gonna be me when the pandemic started. I wanted to buy a fucking plague doctor's costume and just walk around in it. I was gonna start talking like Bane from the Batman movie. That was one of the best episodes of SpongeBob ever. God, that went so hard. Oh my god. Dude, Ninja is like... You don't often find an embodiment of cringe... Oh, look, Doctor Strange. You don't often find an embodiment of cringe as a person. But he's definitely one of them. Not Doctor Strange. I love that video. I love that clip. My favorite version of that clip is when it's Agatha all along from WandaVision. That's the part where she's like, and I killed Sparky too, and they're like... Finally, we can relate. I love that meme. That meme's great. Oh, fuck, I forgot that when I do that, it stops it. Hope I didn't spoil WandaVision for anyone.
I knew all along we'd find some way to communicate.
Ninja is one of the 4 horsemen of cringe. Chris Chan, Ninja. Who else?
What's going on? Whoa! Oh shit!
Because all 4 like segments of cringe have to be there, right? Like. Dream, no. Ninja encompasses the same thing as Dream. Dream represents cringe gamers. Chris Chan represents cringe, like, My Little Pony fans and cringe people in the LGBT community, right? Like that segment of cringe content. I feel like there's got to be there's got to be at least 4 more categories so we can have Horsemen of the Apocalypse, you know? Anyway, listen up. Thank you all so much for... Forgot there was a $5 one. Is this meant to excite me for this game? Because this is just, like, not something that would interest me, if I'm being honest with you guys. There's just certain types of media I didn't grow up with that just don't appeal to me as an adult at all. Maybe if you'd got me back when I had more neuroplasticity going on, I'd be more into anime or anything related to it. All right, listen up. I love all y'all very much. Thank you all so much for watching, for the support, for everything, frankly, because you guys are just the greatest community I could ever ask for.
Welcome to capitalism.
Thank you all so much. Xerox, thank you for the $5. You're very much appreciated. Very base. Thank you. Are we just doing media share? Can you at least send them fast enough that, like, I don't get cock teased?
Just saw Black Panther.
Okay, dude. Okay. That was pretty fucking... that was pretty good. That was actually pretty good. That was a pretty good meme. That was pretty good. That was absurd. And its absurdity made it funny. All right. I love all y'all very much. If a media share starts playing, then stay mad. I love y'all. Have a good one. Thank you for being supportive. Doo-doo fart.
Sonic style. Give it to you. Sonic beam. Give it to you. Supersonic style. Give it to you. Sonic
as racist as it gets. I hate crackers.
How you doing, brother? Wanna hang with them, boy? How you doing, brother? Wanna hang with them, boy? How you doing, brother? Wanna hang with them, boy? How you doing, brother? Wanna hang with them, boy? How you doing, brother? Wanna hang with them, boy? How you doing, brother? Wanna hang with them, boy? How you doing, brother? Wanna hang with them, boy? How you doing, brother? Crackers,
Moan, please.
Grandparents of young children. Gerber Life is accepting applications for their affordable grow-up plan. The grow-up plan gives your child $10,000 in whole life insurance protection now